him. He knows. He's a witness. He saw the whole fucking thing. Go on, man. Tell him what happened.
Would you let us do the questioning, sir?
Bullshit.
You know anything about this?
Who are the punks?
Those that'll tell don't know, and those that know won't tell.
I can feel it coming in the air. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
Real quick, I just want to say before we start this call, today I watched the American people get slapped in their face, and we did nothing about it. We watched the head of the Secret Service literally lie to our faces and tell us that they knew nothing, knowing that they knew ahead of time what was actually going on. There's so many lies being told to us as people. There's so many lies being told to the American people, to the people as a race, the human beings. Human beings right now. We're at spiritual war. They say it's you versus you right now. It's us versus them. You gotta understand something. I don't get on this microphone to tell you. I don't do this shit for the money. I do this shit because I got a voice and a responsibility to keep y'all informed. Because I got one mic and I know what to do.
What it is you really do.
What it do, y'all? What it do? What it do? I'm your host with the motherfucking most, Chill motherfucking Murray, live from the Spot Podcast. Shout out to everybody tuning in or not tuning in. You know how we do and how we rock. So, we have a long episode to get into because she was up there for quite some time. We're not going to watch the entire thing, but we're going to get into a good chunk of it. That's why I felt the need to start the pod a little bit earlier tonight because it's going to be a bit of a distance. So, as some of you might have seen or did not get to see, director Cheadle of the Secret Service had a hearing today, and of all things, they had to subpoena her ass to even get her to come to court. Because it's been God knows how long now, and we still have no answers as far as what transpired last weekend and why it happened. On top of, the American people have plenty questions and plenty answers at the same time for Director Cheadle, although Director Cheadle seems to have none. So without further ado, we're going to get right into, because this one was sadly hilarious. I'll just say that to the least. So this is once again Director Cheadle of the Secret Service in her hearing today.
I now recognize Director Cheadle for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Cheadle, and I am the Director of the United States Secret Service. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. The assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th is the most significant operational failure of the Secret Service in decades, and I am keeping him and his family in my thoughts. I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the family of Corey Comparator, a former fire chief and a hero who was killed in this senseless shooting. I would also like to acknowledge those who were injured in Butler, David Dutch and James Copenhagen, and I wish them a speedy recovery. I would be remiss if I did not also extend my condolences on the passing of your colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee was always engaged in the oversight of the Secret Service, and her passing is a great loss to this body. The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed. As a director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency. We are fully cooperating with ongoing investigations. We must learn what happened, and I will move heaven and earth to ensure that an incident like July 13th does not happen again. Let me state unequivocally, nothing I have said should be interpreted to place blame for this failure on our federal, state, or local law enforcement partners who supported the Secret Service in Butler. We could not do our job without them. We rely on the relationships built over years of working together to secure events and conduct investigations. Our agents, officers, and support personnel understand that every day we are expected to sacrifice our lives to execute a no-fail mission. As witnessed on July 13th, our special agents shielded former President Trump with their own bodies on stage while shots were being fired. Selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation, I am proud beyond words of the actions taken by the former president's detail, the counter-sniper team who neutralized the gunman, and the tactical team who was prepared to act. I will be transparent as possible when I speak with you, understanding, though, at times that I may be limited in providing a thorough response in this open setting due to associated risks with sharing highly sensitive protective methodologies. I do not want to inadvertently provide you today with inaccurate information. Since January 1st, 2024, the Secret Service has successfully secured.
So pay attention to just that preface right there, right? Highly sensitive methodical strategies. Highly sensitive methodical strategies. So basically what she's trying to say is she cannot say what the Secret Service's usual tactics are, which this is what that's hearing is supposed to be about. So she actually prefaced it with that ahead of time, and people just didn't catch on to that, I guess. She said ahead of time, look, I can't talk about what the Secret Service actually does, even though I know I'm supposed to tell you guys what the Secret Service actually does.
Over 7,500 sites. Every protective advance comes with its own set of challenges and requires a customized mitigation strategy, including specific assets. Security plans are multi-layered. providing 360 degrees of protection. These layers include personnel, technical, and tactical assets, which are a force multiplier for our protective posture. During every advance, we attempt to strike a balance between enabling the protectee to be visible and our protective requirements to be secure. I know this because I have spent 29 years in this agency. I came up through the ranks. I've secured events for every president since President Clinton, supervised on Vice President Cheney's detail, led our training center, oversaw all of the investigations and protective visits in the state of Georgia, supervised on Vice President Biden's detail, and the agency's entire protective mission during the Trump administration. The comprehensive advance process involves collaborative planning between our Secret Service, the protectee's staff, local law enforcement partners, and the level of security provided for the former president increased well before the campaign and has been steadily increasing as threats evolve. The security plan included a full assessment of the Butler Farm showgrounds to identify security vulnerabilities and craft a security plan for the protectee, attendees, and the public. Immediately following the assassination attempt, I directed the activation of my...
Now, another key thing she just said, to where you're going to hear this shit be contradicted later. Carried out the plan. She responsible for carrying out a full plan which revolved around making sure the attendees and the former president was secure. Pay attention to how she said that. Her responsibility was to make a secure plan to ensure the security of the attendees as well as the former president. Remember that she said that.
Crisis Center. I assembled my executive team to begin surging more protective resources to the former president and to ensure the wellness of our people post-incident, all while securing an active crime scene. I immediately ordered a reevaluation of the Republican National Convention security plan, and I increased the security posture in the National Capital Region for all permanent protectees and sites. At the same time, I initiated a mission assurance investigation within our agency. I have instructed my team that all necessary resources will be dedicated to investigating these matters. We will not rest until we have explored every option, and we will leave no stone unturned. But I want to be clear. I am not waiting for these investigations to be completed prior to making changes. Over the past 2 weeks, we successfully led the planning and execution of the 75th NATO Summit and the Republican National Convention. Over the next few months, we will implement security plans for the Democratic National Convention, the United Nations General Assembly, and have already begun planning and coordinating the 2025 inauguration. It is now more important than ever for the men and women of the Secret Service to remain resilient and to focus on what is necessary to carry out our critical mission. Our agency needs to be adequately resourced in order to serve our current mission requirements and anticipate future requirements. The Secret Service currently protects 36 individuals on a daily basis, as well as world leaders who visit the United States, like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who arrived in Washington, D.C. today. The coming years will bring an unprecedented heavy protection tempo. I have no doubt that the processes that I have implemented during my tenure as director, in addition to my nearly 30 years of experience in this agency, have positioned the Secret Service to be stronger.
All right, now we're going to get
Our
to the meat and
mission
potatoes
is
of
not
things
political.
where when they really started drilling her.
Is that true?
I am here today because I want to answer questions, but I also want to be cautious.
You might want to, but you haven't answered. I don't think you...
No, actually, a little bit further back. A little bit further back. A little bit further back. About right here.
Okay. If an American citizen were just to stop you and say, Director Cheadle, we support your work to the tune of billions of dollars and thousands of employees, what went wrong? What would you say?
Again, knowing that we're 9 days out, I would say, as I have said from the very outset, I accept responsibility for this tragedy. We are going to look into how this happened, and we are going to take corrective action to ensure that it never happens again.
Just start a counter right now of how many times she's going to say it's been 9 days out and we don't know anything. Just put a counter in the corner of your screens right now.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you will act with vigor and focus and intensity, and it seems you understand the gravity and solemnity of this to the American people. Millions and millions of Americans don't feel safe with all the AR-15s out there. We thought at least the President of the United States or a former President of the United States would be safe, but now that's not even clear. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: "Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel." The next day, the New York Times said this: "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't.
What the hell is neither? That she started getting caught early by them. Like he started already. Jordan started drilling her. So you didn't get what he just asked. Basically, look, it cannot be both things here. It cannot be one person saying that you denied giving access to more personnel, or should I say you denied his request for more personnel and more security and more precautions to be taken for the event, and then turn around and say before that you did take all the precautions in taking his request. So which one is it? That's why he said, are you guessing or you're lying? Because you were saying that you took all precautions and you answered to all his requests, but then the Post is saying that you had denied majority of that shit. So which one was it? Did you deny his requests for more personnel? Or did you not? Did you or did you not deny the requests for more personnel? It's a simple question. This is her answer to it, though.
Don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged.
Just literally said, and quoting another contradiction, just literally said, look, there was no request denied in Butler, but I can't, confirm what denied that there was some, requests that were denied. Lady, you just said that you didn't deny.
The Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate requests is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So
Pretty
again,
basic question.
Having all of the
because he keeps going back to it just to catch her in her lie. Like, look, lady, I'm asking you a specific question. How many things did you deny, number one? Or it's just better yet, how many times did you actually deny them? And she keeps going around that one question.
details in front of me, sir. What I can tell you is that there are times...
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your frustration.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
You spoke to anyone at the White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the president and the vice president.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talked to the White House staff? Anyone in the White House communications?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to the counter sniper who took the shot that took out the bad guy?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us about that conversation?
I would not want to reveal conversations that I've had with my employees.
But that's exactly the kind of information the American people want to know. American people who pay your salary.
I understand. This is an ongoing investigation. And
who's all doing the investigating at Secret Service? I know the Inspector General, but is there also an internal investigation in addition to the Inspector General?
We are conducting a mission assurance investigation internally, yes.
You know what it looks like, Director? It looks like you won't answer some pretty basic questions. It looks like you got a 9% raise and you cut corners when it came to protecting one of the most important individuals, most well-known individuals on the planet. A former president, likely the guy who's going to be the next president. Looks like you guys were cutting corners. That's what...
Likely the guy that's going to be the next president. You hearing that live from Congress, somebody saying that, number one. Number two, yeah, getting asked some very, very basic questions here that she just wants to go around, okay? For more simpler terms. Now, if you notice, the reason why she's even doing this, perfect example, right? He asked a specific question. Can you tell us about the conversation that you had with the counter sniper that supposedly took down Crooks? And she couldn't divulge any information from that conversation. The same way she was generalizing information, or should I say generalizing her answers, she could have easily generalized what that conversation was about with the counter shooter as far as what they saw, what happened, why weren't they looking across the field. All of those questions were could have pretty much been answered right there had she been able to generalize that the way she's generalizing her go-around answers. That's the frustrating part that everybody's already getting to and alluding to, the fact that, look, you knew that you were going to be asked these questions ahead of time. Forget the fact that it's been 9 days out. You knew this shit 2-3 days ago that you were going to be asked these questions. Why haven't you been doing your due diligences as far as getting the answers to these questions that you knew ahead of time that you were going to be asked today in front of this Congress?
Looks like to me. Is that true?
I am here today because I want to answer questions, but I also want to be cautious.
You might want to, but you haven't answered. I don't think you've answered one question from the chairman, the ranking member, or me. Well, we got a lot of other people asking. We'll see if your record improves. But right now, you haven't answered, I don't think, any questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the summer of 1963, as a law student, I traveled to the South to work in the civil rights movement. When I arrived in Jackson, Mississippi, I was met by a civil rights activist who showed me around town and tried to convince me to work in Jackson that summer. I recall talking with him and his wife about the raw atmosphere in Jackson. Later that day, he took me to the bus station for my trip to my assignment. That night, he was assassinated outside his home. His name was Medgar Evers. I condemn the political violence. It is a threat to democracy. I want to discuss one of the roots of political violence, guns. For years, Republicans, including a member of this committee, have introduced legislation and
Fury B?
amendments
What
to
it do,
repeal
Justin?
or block the District of Columbia gun violence protection laws, including its bans on assault weapons and large capacity magazines. The shooter at the Trump rally used the mass shooter's gun of choice, an assault weapon, specifically an AR-15 style rifle, and presumably a large capacity magazine, which is defined in D.C. as a magazine that can hold more than 10 bullets. Under current D.C. law, D.C. does not recognize concealed carry permits issued by other jurisdictions, but it does issue concealed carry permits to both residents and non-residents. However, D.C. imposes a number of requirements on concealed carry applicants, including suitability, such as not having exhibited a propensity for violence or instability. Moreover, D.C. residents restricts where the guns can be carried, such as a political demonstration near the White House and Naval Observatory, or near people under Secret Service protection, provided the permit holder has been given notice. This week, the House is expected to consider the fiscal year 2025 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This Republican-drafted bill would allow an individual with a permit to carry a concealed handgun issued by a state or territory.
While she's talking real quick, because I'm going to fast forward her. But you're absolutely right, Freebie. You're absolutely right. However, the real reason why she's being drilled with these questions is because she's still supposed to be someone that is, the director-in-chief of Secret Service. You're still supposed to be in charge of finding out this information. That regardless if you don't know, or should I say, regardless if you're not responsible for certain things in certain areas, you still are responsible for obtaining the information. You work with Central Intelligence. You are still responsible to at least know what the hell even happened. Regardless if you weren't responsible for the situation, or should I say responsible for certain assessment teams going out there, you are still responsible for knowing what happened with the assessment team. And that is the frustration of the Congress right now, the fact that she doesn't know anything. Exactly. She's the face of it, the sacrificial lamb. You're absolutely right. That's basically what she is right now.
To carry a concealed handgun in D.C., regardless of that jurisdiction's permit requirements. A Republican has filed an amendment to that provision to allow such an individual to carry a magazine of any size with that handgun. In short, the pending bill and amendment would allow any person with a carry permit issued by another jurisdiction to carry a concealed handgun with a magazine of any size in any location in the District of Columbia. The Secret Service is responsible for protecting a large number of people and facilities in D.C. Director Cheadle, would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if people who have exhibited a propensity for violence or instability could carry a concealed handguns in D.C.?
I think being a Secret Service agent and an officer or a law enforcement officer in any state is difficult. They are required to make decisions and snap judgments in the blink of an eye. And I think that the officers and the agents that work here in the D.C. area do a great job of monitoring the public and reacting to threats as appropriate when they arise.
Would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if people in D.C. could carry concealed handguns with large capacity magazines?
I think, ma'am, that we work in parameters where we travel around North America, and the rules on open carry and concealed carry are different from state to state, and that is part of what the Secret Service takes into account when we develop a security plan. Obviously, anyone that comes into one of our protective sites, we would establish magnetometer support, metal detectors that personnel would have to process through, eliminating that potential.
Would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if more people could carry handguns in D.C.?
I think, again, as I stated, ma'am, we want to make sure that we provide a safe environment for all of our protectees, and whatever measures we would need to put in place for a secure site, we would do so.
I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Director Cheadle, your opening statement indicates that the Secret Service constructed a security plan for the site in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that security plan would also include the security footprint for the site, but it also would be based upon a threat assessment for the risk threats associated with Donald Trump and the crowd in attendance. Would it not include a threat assessment?
Yes, it would.
So that threat assessment, as we know, basically would have started with, there's a generalized threat against Donald Trump because he is a presidential candidate. Then it would have gone to he's a former president, and he gets security coverage just as Bush, Clinton, Carter, and Obama do. And then you also have the heightened political environment. Even for those, it's clear that the security footprint, that the threat assessment was insufficient, which permitted then a 20-year-old to actually enter with a weapon and shoot Donald Trump. But I want to ask you about two other aspects of the threat assessment. It is known and public that Iran is a threat risk for Donald Trump. They're a threat risk for John Bolton, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and Donald Trump, because they have indicated they want to assassinate them as a result of retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. That is both, for Iran, a generalized threat. They're targeting these individuals, but also most recently, a specific threat to Donald Trump himself. Now, I want to enter into the record by UC a Department of Justice Public Affairs release, a CNN article, an article from Fox News, and an article from CBS, all of which acknowledge
Without objection to order.
That this threat exists for Donald Trump from Iran, and that there are specific threats, most recently, that have been acknowledged. Director Cheadle, have you read the intelligence of the generalized threat to Donald Trump by Iran as a result of their desire to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani?
I have.
Have you read or been briefed about the intelligence of the specific recent threat to Donald Trump from Iran?
Yes, I have.
Director Wray, when we were getting our briefing, indicated that he thought
the more I keep hearing Iran, the more I keep hearing predictive programming again. Because Iran doesn't have shit to do with what happened at that rally. Iran has zero to do with what happened at that thing. But the fact that they keep implementing Iran, it just lets me know, of course, the same thing so I've been jokingly saying to people, we are already in World War III. They just haven't announced it yet. Reason why I keep jokingly saying that to people is because they've been throwing around, for the past decade now, that we are at war with Iran. Even though we haven't had bombs get hit over here in the U.S. and in our major cities and shit like that, they have pretty much been telling you guys loud and clear, like, yo, we are at war with Iran. And every single time something happens within the American government, whenever a mass shooting happens or some type of terrorist threat, who do they blame? They always blame Iran somewhere. If it ain't China, they blame Iran. They've always tried to just blame the Israeli government and Iran because they want you to get it in your head. They want you to have it in your head that you're going to go to war with Iran. Yeah. Pretty much. The 7-country plan. It's crazy. It's crazy where we're going with this right now. Like this was the reason why this was sad but funny at the same time was because we were literally watching who the American people, of course, like Fear B just broke down basically. She doesn't really have the big responsibility that everyone thinks she has. At the same time, she's just in charge of the she's more in charge of the information than anything. She's not necessarily in charge of getting everything done as much as she's the director. Okay? So she's basically, like I said, in charge of just getting the information and overseeing where things are. That's the reason why she's being drilled the way she is, because she's supposed to know majority of this shit, and she's been left out of the loop on purpose because this was an assassination attempt that was paid for, and she don't know who paid for it. We know who paid for it, but she was purposely left out with the information of who invested in the assassination of Trump.
Threat assessment should have included this threat from Iran. Is it your testimony today that the threat assessment, since you've read this intelligence, was sufficient to protect him from this threat from Iran?
My testimony today is that the information that we had at the time was known.
Was it sufficient? Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the Iranian threat that you said you have read the intelligence briefings for?
That information was passed to...
Well, I'm not asking the bureaucratic issue of who did it get passed around to. Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the specific and generalized threat to Donald Trump's life from Iran?
Yes, I do believe it was.
Director Cheadle, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old?
Sir, I think we've acknowledged that there was gaps and a failure that day.
When I raised this issue with Director Wray, he was incensed. He was shocked that the threat assessment of Iran did not seem to be, as we and I discussed, baked in to your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a potential terrorist threat. He has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheadle, would it not?
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically. Now, that would be a threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are ISIS terrorists and al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a 20-year-old in pulling off either a mass shooting or an assassination of Donald Trump?
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown and a failure that day.
Have you read the intelligence of the terrorists that are currently in the United States that Director Wray speaks, and those individuals that are here that are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations?
And of course, what he's trying to ask here is that, okay, so you knew that there was supposedly, quote unquote, a higher risk threat at large, talking about Iran. You knew that there was a higher risk threat besides this 20-year-old at the rally, and you guys still didn't even take the measures of heightening the security then. Got it.
That are in the process, as Director Wray said, of representing a significant threat of a terrorist attack occurring in the United States.
I have read reports that apply specifically to the Secret Service's mission.
Director Cheadle, because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, there were multiple security failures at the former president's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. First of all, there was a failure to isolate the podium from exposure to direct fire. Do we know who made that decision to allow that rooftop to remain as an unprotected area? Do we know who came up with that security plan that omitted that?
Sir, I don't have a specific person to identify for you.
Okay, well, that's what I'm looking for, so let's move on. There's also a breakdown in security and failure to confront the shooter over an hour before the former president began his remarks, when the shooter was identified as a person of interest. What particularly allowed agents or law enforcement to identify him as a person of interest?
So I appreciate the question, and again, I will say that we are 9 days out, and there are a multitude of interviews that are still taking place.
Okay, so did he have a rangefinder? There were some reports that the individual had a rangefinder. That would certainly raise my suspicion. Did he have a rangefinder?
Yes, he did, but may I explain that at a number of our sites, especially when you're at outdoor venues, a rangefinder is not a prohibited item. It is sometimes an item that is brought in by individuals if you're going to be in the back.
Did anybody confront him on that? Anybody ask him questions? What are you doing with the rangefinder? Anybody confront him on his presence where he was in proximity to the president?
So again, to my knowledge, I believe that was the process that was taking place, was to locate the individual.
Did they confront him? Did they go up to him? Did they talk to him?
I do not have those details at this time.
Those are important details.
The process was to locate him, but you don't know if you located him, but you were told that they located him. Y'all hear this shit? Like I said, that they are. This is what pissed me off about it, but was so funny. The fact that they are literally just. So, you saw him ahead of time, knew he was there. This is why I said before with the joke about I went up there, asked him if he wanted a hot dog or a beer or something like that, then came back down and still let him shoot. Like, dog, y'all knew ahead of time where he was. Someone supposedly went to him. The Secret Service knew someone went to him. And he still was able to conduct getting on top of that roof, even though y'all done confronted him knowing he had a rangefinder before he even went up there. It's just so many things that makes you say, wait a minute, what?
There was also a failure to communicate between law enforcement to act quickly upon information provided by either local law enforcement or rally attendees that the suspect was positioned on the roof. There were minutes of delay before any meaningful action was taken, even though he was several hundred feet from the podium, and this was obviously minutes before the shooting. Let me ask you, there was considerable delay in removing the president from the podium after the shooting began. He got shot in the air. It was still over a minute before he was removed from the stage. Meanwhile,
that's another thing that's inconsistent too, because there are literally videos of former Secret Service agents or former military people, former CIA, former FBI. All of them say the same thing as far as in training, you literally have milliseconds to get that done. So for the fact that it took that long for number one, he got the axe, yo, can I get my shoe? Yo, anybody got my shoe? Where my shoe at? Let me put my shoe on real quick. Y'all get me out of here. All right, hold on. Let me put my fist out. Nowhere in the hell are they going to allow that, even in the training, for the protector, the protectee, to get his shoe, let alone get a photo op out there, just for the newspaper. You as the Secret Service are supposed to protect him, head down, huddle him up, fold him up like a pretzel, and throw him in the vehicle and get him out of there. That was supposed to be done. But y'all just let him comfortably leave out of there. Like, damn, y'all really didn't get him? So y'all really missed? All right, fuck it. All right, let's just buy a little bit of time. Maybe somebody get a second shot. Damn it, y'all still ain't shoot? All right, we get him out here now.
This shooter had multiple clips, several clips. He got off 8 shots, and he had the capacity and the ability, if he was not neutralized, to basically mow down that whole Secret Service detachment as well as the president. What, from your own investigation, caused that delay under the circumstances?
What I can tell you is that when the agents identified that the shooting was taking place, in under 3 seconds, they threw themselves on top of the president.
I understand that there was heroism there. No question about it. No question about it. But protocol would indicate, and these are the opinions of various former Secret Service agents, people who have done this work in the past, that over a minute of exposure on that podium with a shooter with a high-capacity weapon who had already wounded the president and could have got off, we don't know how many more rounds, and yet the president remained exposed, even though he was joined in that exposure by the Secret Service in their heroic acts. It just, I don't know if there's a good explanation for that.
Our personnel created a body bunker on top of the president.
I get that.
Shielding him.
Yeah, this was an AR-15 style weapon that would have made pretty quick work if he was determined and able to do so. This is not the first investigation that we've had of the Secret Service during my time here on this committee. And the last one we had, our previous investigation determined that the Secret Service was experiencing a staffing crisis that poses perhaps the greatest threat to the agency. And that's a quote. Is that staffing crisis still in place? Is that still something that you deal with on a daily basis?
As of today, the Secret Service has just over 8,000 employees. We continue to hire, knowing that we need to ensure that we keep pace with
what would be the full complement of
and gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What would be the full complement that you're looking for? You've got 8,000, and how many would be a full complement for the service?
So we are still striving towards a number of 9,500 employees approximately in order to be able to meet future and emerging needs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly in its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff?
Woo! Fox is cooking. So, as I said before in my tweet too, the most important question that got asked here that no one paid attention to was, how did you even get this job not knowing a damn thing? That is the biggest question of them all.
Perhaps at the request of Joe Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the...
And pretty much she gave her she gave her one of those rhetorical questions. Like, bitch, we know how you got this job. We know it was through the in workings of someone else. You didn't get up here through the years of hard work ranking. That you got up here through someone else recommending you. It wasn't necessarily through your actual experience of doing things or getting things done. You got recommended to be here.
Job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
She asked the biggest two questions just now. Was there even any competition for you to even get this job? And how, pray tell, what was even the criteria on how you even got this job in the first place? That drill right there? Not necessarily. We got into enough, but we're gonna be here for a while, Miss Zane. Thank you for joining as well. You didn't miss too much, you know what I'm saying? But we're gonna be here for a good time. I mean,
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year, and during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistic of half of the employees leaving in 2022. I think that has been inaccurate data that's been reported out there. But what I can tell you is, as I have returned as the director of the agency, we have had an increase in hiring and staffing and an increase in resources, and we are committed to continue to hire so that we can be staffed appropriately to meet the dynamic mission that we have.
Well, you may want to dispute it, but it's out there. My understanding, given the high-profile failures and rotten culture at the Secret Service during your nearly two-year tenure, why should the American people have any confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service to perform its zero-fail mission to protect our senior leaders?
The Secret Service has an incredible culture. Our men and women place service over self. They come in every day willing to risk their lives for our protective mission, and they work investigations that thwart people who would do harm to children, child exploiters. We have an incredible mission, and our culture is we will get the job done no matter what.
Well, those on the front line certainly have a great culture, and they were willing to risk their lives for President Trump. But I'm not sure the leadership at the agency has this right kind of culture. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32.
Fury B, you just asked the biggest question that I've been asking for the past, I want to say, 2 weeks now, because for the simple fact that, and then someone's going to mention it later on too, that in this particular hearing, someone's going to mention the one thing, again, that people are just not even noticing, the little shit that just shows you how this was an inside job, right? People don't even know how long she's been there. She keeps saying that she's been with the agency for 27 years. People don't even know how long she's been the director of the Secret Service, though. That's the scarier part. People don't even know how long she's been the director of the Secret Service. They don't know how she actually got her job, let alone they don't have any rapport with her. So you just asked the biggest thing: who the fuck is this? who is she? Who is she? And how all of a sudden are you here now and you don't know anything? Obviously, you just got here yesterday.
Heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably, you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things my friends on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agencies, right? It's made it less complicated. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns, especially dangerous ones, have made your job protecting people easier. Is that not right?
I think at...
that trick question fucked her all up. It should have made your job easier, right? With all these people being able to get these guns, it should make it easier for you, right?
From every
Director Cheater, this is simple English. More guns, do they make your job more complicated or less complicated in protecting these 30...
Simple English, Ms. Cheadle. Simple English. Just answer the question in simple... This is a simple English... Yo, he is cooking her shit.
6 clients and visiting heads of state and heads of government that come to Washington.
I think the Secret Service needs to take into account...
I didn't ask that.
That they're in.
I'm sorry. I asked a simple question, which deserves a simple answer. The ubiquity of guns, dangerous weapons in America, like AR-15s, has that made your job, that is to say the mission of the Secret Service, easier or more difficult?
I think the threat environment for protecting our Secret Service protectees is always difficult, and that's dynamic, and it's always evolving.
We stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheadle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is
You're not making my job any easier. I tell you that damn much. Yo, he is cooking her. Oh, my God.
difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be
That
weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question. And now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
I am sorry that you feel that way, sir.
How else could I feel, Director Cheadle, when you're clearly avoiding a direct answer to a very simple declarative question? We almost lost a presidential candidate the other day. A 20-year-old had access to his father's AR-15 and got on top of a roof within 500 yards or feet of the podium. And I'm asking you, did the availability of that AR-15, which is replicated all across America, make your job harder or easier? And you're not willing to answer that question? And you think and you wonder why we might have a lack of confidence in your continued ability to direct this agency?
In the words of Donald Glover, this is America.
I understand your question, and that's the environment.
Well, if you understand my question, why not answer it?
Because it's the environment that the Secret Service works in every day.
That doesn't tell me anything. That's the environment we work in.
What the crazy thing is, yeah, she is answering it the only way that she should. At the same time, it's gotten to the point now where they trying to just ask simple rhetorical yes or no questions that she ain't giving yes or no to. She just walking around that walk on by.
I had an attack on my office a year ago. I know a little bit about violence too. He came to kill me. When he couldn't, he beat one of my staffers 8 times with a baseball bat on the head. We live with the threat of violence. But a simple answer from the director of the Secret Service would be helpful. And I'm sorry you've chosen to evade it. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you.
She brought her tap dancing shoes, didn't she? Did she, Christine? She brought them tap dancing shoes today.
Took the shots. He climbed a ladder to get on the roof, correct?
I'm unable to answer details of exactly how the individual accessed the roof at this time.
Do you know when if he did use the ladder, do you know when the ladder was placed there? Was the ladder there 2 days before, just the night before? Do you have any information at all as to when the ladder got there?
I would like to be able to answer those questions. The FBI is still conducting an investigation.
How did the rifle get to the roof?
Again, sir, at this time, I'm unable to answer questions to provide clarity.
Have they cleaned the roof since the assassination attempt?
Have they cleaned the roof?
Right. Has anything been done to the roof? Is it just like it was, 10 days ago, or not? Has anything been done to the roof?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Were President Trump's normal agents normally assigned to him there that day?
Yes.
There was no, these were the...
Think about that right there. I'm stopping it right here because he just asked one of the biggest questions that you are going to hear an absolute fucking lie to later on. He just asked her, was there normal personnel there to secure Donald Trump? Meaning, was there the usual people there to protect him? Was there the usual amount of security? Was there the usual amount of Secret Service? Was there a usual amount of weapons on hand? Usual amount of staff?
Same agents.
Watch that contradiction later.
That were always there.
Yes, sir. The people that are assigned to his detail were working on that day.
Okay, there's stuff on the internet that says they were not there that day, but these are the same agents who are routinely there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we know which agents fired the shots that finally took down the potential assassin?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you give us those names or the background of those agents?
I would not offer their name up in this setting, but it was one of our technical officers, our counter snipers.
Okay, so can we privately get those names, the committee?
I am certain that we can make names available privately.
Okay. Do we know where all the shots landed? First of all, how many shots did that potential assassin, how many shots came out of the rifle?
So again, I would hesitate to offer that information as the FBI is conducting an investigation.
Have we got the bullets from all the shots?
Again, that would be the responsibility of the FBI to collect that evidence.
Okay. Do we have the correspondence from the shooter? Has that been recovered from his phone, whatever?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI for details on that investigation.
Okay. You've spent some time trying to change the makeup of the Secret Service. Okay, you feel there are, whatever, too high a percentage are men. Does this affect at all who you are hiring for the Secret Service?
I've spent my time as the director trying to increase the number of people that we hire in the Secret Service so that we have the best and the brightest, and that's been my concentration as the director.
Okay, you ever not hiring men because of your desire to hit certain targets?
I am hiring the best qualified candidates that put in an application that want to work for our great organization.
Okay. Next question. The shooter obtained a direct sight of President Trump from the position on the rooftop. I assume that is not something that should ever happen. It should never happen. Do you want to elaborate a little on how that happened, or what you wish you had done differently, or would do differently next time there's a Trump rally?
Again, sir, the facts of this particular event are still unfolding. 9 days, there have been a number of reports that have been out there. So I do not want to provide information that perhaps would contradict something that has been erroneously reported or is not factual. But there clearly was a mistake, and we will take every effort to make sure that this never happens again.
Could you elaborate why you want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women?
I've never stated that I want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women.
30% or something. You had some target, no? Okay.
Well, gentlemen,
There goes that sexism again, Fury.
What was Director? What was erroneously reported? You said to Mr. Grothman's question. You said something was erroneously reported. What are you referring to?
I'm referring to their...
And his question was in the context of the shooter using a ladder to get on the building. What was erroneously reported? Because you won't tell us anything, but you'll tell us something that wasn't reported accurately?
I'm saying, sir, that there have been a number of reports that are out there that have been speculation, and until we have the actual facts, I don't want to report anything that would contradict speculation that has been out there.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your...
So, and the reason why they're getting so frustrated with her, and yes, the thing is, she necessarily isn't in charge of majority of that shit. The thing is, like I said, she is in charge of knowing. So, like I said, it's not a fact that she's in charge or responsible for certain shit. It's the fact that she is in charge of at least knowing this shit. And we are a week out and she don't know a damn thing, supposedly. What it sounds like to them is, yeah, I know some things, but I don't know a lot of it. But what I do know is I can't tell you anything. And all of them are like, excuse me? That's basically what is fucking them up right now. The fact that she really doesn't know anything because she hasn't been told anything. She's pretty much been purposely left out of the loop. And she's just taking this big old roundabout gangbang in the Congress room right now. She is pretty much the scapegoat for whoever is supposedly responsible for this, because the real thing about this is there was a fuck up, but the fuck up wasn't on the behalf of the Secret Service protecting Donald Trump. The fuck up was that Trump didn't die.
Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for bringing us together this morning. One question I get asked a lot from my constituents is, what can Congress actually do to stop this from happening again? And I'd like to share a graphic from a very recent study conducted by Professor Robert Pape, a world-renowned expert in combating political violence. The graphic shows that 74% of Americans want this Congress to come together to denounce political violence of all stripes. And you can tell it's across party lines. I commend the chair and ranking member for putting out the statement the other day condemning political violence. And to further this effort, I'd like to ask all my colleagues to join Dr. Brad Wenstrup and me in introducing a resolution that we think can secure unanimous House passage in deploring and condemning political violence. And we will be circulating that resolution shortly. Director Cheadle, as you know, the shooter began shooting at 6:11 p.m. Eastern on July 13th. NBC reported that at 5:51 p.m., 20 minutes before the shooting began, the state police informed the Secret Service of their concern. Now, the rally was not paused at that point, correct?
No.
And according to NBC, just 2 minutes later, at 5:53 p.m., the Secret Service notified its snipers about the gunman. The rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
No.
Let me show you some video footage by rally goers. If you could play the video on the screen up here. This was taken 2 minutes before the shooting started. If you could turn up the volume.
Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
Right on the roof.
It's much tougher than
It's fucked up. We in 2024, and they playing a video in Congress of shit that me and you saw last week, and she still don't know how to answer this shit.
You went right on the roof, big guy.
Up here. Ma'am, that doesn't look like suspicious behavior. That looks like threatening behavior to me. And the rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
I can tell you, as I stated earlier, sir, that the moment that the shift surrounding the president were aware of an actual threat.
That's a threat right there. The guy's on the roof and everybody's yelling at him.
Yes.
And directing the officer's attention to him. The rally was not paused at that point, correct?
We are currently still combing through communications and when communications were passed.
Well, I can point you to this communication. It's 2 minutes before the shots started ringing out. Director Cheadle, yes or no? Was there ever a moment where the Secret Service actually considered pausing the rally?
The Secret Service would have paused the rally had they known or been
So the
told
answer is
there
no.
was an actual threat.
The answer is no.
The rally would have been paused had they known there was an actual threat. You just contradicted yourself in the same sentence that he just asked you the question of, lady, they told you it was a threat way beforehand, and you didn't pause the rally. So why wasn't the rally paused? And then he just asked her in a more simpler way. So you were told, or should I say, you told us that if there was a threat and you knew about it, that the rally would be paused. So you literally knew about this threat and you still ain't paused the rally. Why?
Correct?
I can speak to you in generalities.
No, I don't want generalities.
I
I want
all
specifics.
Of the communications
the answer is no. You did not consider pausing the rally, correct?
The people that are in charge of protecting the president on that day would never bring the former president out if there was a threat that had been identified.
Well, they did, because we've now identified 3 points in the 20 minutes before the shooting that the threat emerged. Let me point you to something else, which is the building that the shooter was perched on, seen here. This building is called the AGR building. I'm sure that you're familiar with it. It's no more than 150 yards from the stage where Donald Trump stood, yet the security perimeter was drawn such that the AGR building was placed outside of it. Director Cheadle, according to the Washington Post, the AR-15 styled rifle used in the shooting had a range of 400 to 600 yards, and therefore the AGR building was clearly within rifle range of the stage, correct?
Yes.
NBC News has reported that in the days before the rally, the Secret Service had identified the building as a vulnerability that required special attention, correct?
That's reporting from NBC?
Yes.
So I am still looking into an active investigation.
I know, but it's been 9 days. I mean, you should know that, right? And yet, despite the fact that the AGR building was in rifle range of the stage and it was flagged as a vulnerability, this building was put outside of the Secret Service's security perimeter. And I respectfully submit this.
So while they talking about that right now, and trust me when I tell you, Blue Muse, thank you for saying that, by the way. I appreciate you guys as well. Lots of weed. Because when I get to going through all this information, and perfect example, like the Project 2025 was 900 pages, I needed a lot of weed for that. So yes, the answer to that is weed. That's how I do it. They literally had a Pac-Man diagram of the field where they did the assessment of the shooting. It literally looked like Pac-Man. We're gonna look at that later on. That was probably the funniest part about this whole display of the shooting. They literally had a Pac-Man diagram. You can later on. I hope someone actually says this was the Pac-Man shooting. I literally hope they call him the Pac-Man shooter for that diagram.
Secret Service must expand its security perimeter to account for the kinds of weapons that can be used outside the perimeter to endanger the protectees inside the perimeter, ma'am. Let me turn your attention to some conspiracy theories that have been circulating and ask you to comment on them. First, you have not found evidence that the incident was a staged shooting, right?
Correct.
And you haven't found evidence that this was a result of a conspiracy of high-ranking government officials, correct?
Correct.
And you have not found evidence that this incident was in fact directed or perpetrated by a foreign state or entity, right?
And that's the last question, but I'll let the director answer that, please.
Not a
Notice how, number one, he cut him off. Notice how he got cut off when he asked that line of questioning right there. Because that is the most, that's one of the biggest lines of questioning he just asked in a row. And notice how he had to direct her to say no to those questions. Because I'm going to replay it one more time what he asked her specifically. Because these questions right here are the ones that should be asked, but you can't ask. You can't ask them because she literally cannot answer them. Everyone in that courtroom has that answer, but they cannot give it either.
Security perimeter to account for the kinds of weapons that can be used outside the perimeter.
Listen to these questions here.
To endanger the protectees inside the perimeter, ma'am. Let me turn your attention to some conspiracy theories that have been
conspiracy theories.
And ask you to comment on them. First, you have not found evidence that the incident was a staged shooting, right?
Correct.
You didn't find out that it was a staged shooting. You had to direct her to say no on that one.
And you haven't found evidence that this was a result of a conspiracy of high-ranking government officials, correct?
You haven't found out that this is a conspiracy by government high-ranking officials. In other words, he had to reword that saying, so, yo, you ain't hearing nothing about BlackRock investing in this thing and getting assassinated? You ain't hearing nothing about such and such, putting some stock, Austin Reeves and them putting stock shares and whatnot the day before he about to get shot? You ain't hear about none of that, right? Right? You ain't hear about none of that, right? Okay.
Correct.
And you have not found evidence that this incident was in fact directed or perpetrated by a foreign state or entity, right?
And that's the last question, but I'll let the director
Look how
answer.
he had to cut her off and say, all right, that's the last question you're going to ask her that, because you getting a little bit too deep now. You getting a little bit too deep over there, sir. We can't have you ask her that question, let alone she can't answer it, okay? So that's going to be your last time you asking her that question, let alone anybody else in this courtroom, please.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm there was only one counter sniper who took one shot. Is that
We had multiple counter sniper teams available.
yeah, on the
that
premises,
day.
but is only one took one shot? Is that correct, or only one?
Correct.
Okay. How many spent shell casings were found on the roof?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI's criminal investigation.
Okay. Word is that the car was rigged with explosives.
Again, sir, I'd have to defer you
To
to
the
the
FBI.
FBI's investigation.
Okay. You're not curious about. You don't communicate with them. No. Okay. CNN reported that the Secret Service did not sweep the building the shooter was used to shoot President Trump and other attendees. Is that true or false?
So we are conducting a mission insurance investigation and will depend on the information.
Quick little fun fact, little Snapple fact, and Fury B had been saying this throughout the whole chat. He literally just asked the rhetorical question of, hey, so how many shell cases was on that roof? And she responded immediately, well, look, you got to ask the FBI that. Well, you don't talk to the FBI. You're the Secret Service. You don't talk to none of these people. It's the same thing we've been saying. She don't even talk to none of these damn people. Yes, she's in charge of knowing. That's the main reason she's being drilled. And, of course, unfortunately, she is the sacrificial lamb here. But she is still in charge of the information. She's in charge of at least knowing half of this shit. And she don't know 5% of what she ate for breakfast this morning.
That we obtain from our investigations.
Okay. The Secret Service knew there was a suspicious person anywhere from 8 minutes before President walked on stage to 30 to 60 minutes. We have different reports. Was President Trump or his team notified of the threat?
I think there's a difference and a distinction between suspicious
person
and threat.
Yeah.
So we are going back and looking at communications to know when the information about a suspicious person was passed to Secret Service personnel.
Okay, but was President Trump or his team notified?
Again, we are going back and looking to make sure that we have the exact information of when those notifications were made and who those notifications were made to.
Okay.
Right, I put an inquiry in. I don't know right now. Let me go ask the homie later on. I got you.
Everyone in America
that's basically what she's saying.
Why was the roof left open? And after 9 days, we should at least maybe have a little bit of that information. And when you come to this committee hearing and you don't have anything to say about that, it's very, very troubling. Did you review the security?
That's the most fucked up part about it. She's like, yo, look, I'm looking into it still. They ain't get back to me yet, but I'm hoping they do. I'm hoping they eventually get back to me. But as soon as they get back to me, I'll let y'all know. I guarantee you I'll let y'all know. But more than likely, they're not going to get back to me, so y'all will never know, because I'm never going to know.
Security plan for this event?
I personally do not review security plans for events that take place across the country.
Boom. I do not have the responsibility of the security plans. Y'all heard her literally say at the beginning of this hearing out of her own mouth that she is in charge of taking care of and is responsible for the planning of the security at the events. She said that specifically. She is in charge of planning the security at the events. And then she turned around and said right here when he asked her specifically, yo, who was in charge of knowing who was supposed to be where? Oh, I don't do any of the planning of the security at the events. You literally just said earlier that you did.
Any of them?
We have a number of events that
Who's
take
the
place.
top level official who reviews the security plans?
There's a number of people that review security plans.
Who's
as they
ultimately
unfold.
responsible for signing off on a security plan?
It's a conjunction of personnel. There are people on the ground. There are supervisors on the detail. There are people at headquarters.
So there's not one person who says, okay, this is good. It's copacetic. We're going for it.
I think much in the way that we build our security plans, where they are multi-layered.
No doubt there's teams working different aspects of it, but ultimately, isn't there an individual who signs off on the plan?
Much like how we design our security plans, they're multi-layered. There are multiple layers.
So there's
of
no
people.
accountability.
There is accountability, sir.
There's this is whether it's the FBI or Fauci or anything. It's time after time after time. These multiple layers of accountability turn into layers of plausible deniability in agency after agency after agency. That's got to be fixed, because you keep coming here and expecting, yes, you're saying I'm responsible, and you're accountable for it, but then there's nothing. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're saying.
And that's the biggest frustration of this all. She keeps saying that she's responsible for knowing all this stuff, yet she doesn't know anything. That is I keep have to reiterate it. That's the biggest frustration of everybody in that Congress room and everybody that was watching this shit. The fact that she is in charge of just at least the information part and didn't know a fucking thing, let alone you are saying out of your own mouth that you are responsible for everything that goes on with the Secret Service and responsible for what happened, yet you don't know nothing.
You're going to keep your job, right?
I assure you, sir, that we determine through the course of our investigation that someone or people need to be held accountable, we will do so.
What level of, if President Biden, God forbid, had been shot and killed, would you think that was worthy of resignation?
I would do the same thing that I'm doing here, where I would want to make sure that we are conducting an investigation, that there is continuity in that investigation, and that we could find the answers
You do not
to
think
what
the
happened.
assassination of some...
In other words, lady, do you know you getting fired tomorrow? If not tomorrow, next week. I just want you to know that. If you don't understand that, you are getting fired.
Somebody under your details worthy of resignation?
I think that this event was tragic and deserves answers.
The thing that you've said so far is that you want to make sure that this never happens again. The thing is, everyone in America knows that's not the job description that you're tasked with. The job description you're tasked with is to make sure it never happens, period. One of your goals in the strategic plan is to champion diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. You've accomplished the accessibility part. What standards, do you keep the same standards for all applicants and all, or does every Secret Service agent meet the same qualifications, or do you have different standards for different people?
Yes, sir. Everyone who moves through the application process has to meet the same standards to become a special agent.
Okay. The trouble I think we're having with right now, so far you gave a lame excuse for sloped roof. You said that local law enforcement's job was to cover up the building before backtracking on that. We were told that President Trump's team did not ask for security before you backtracked on that. You haven't provided the audio recording that this committee, the chairman, requested that was due Thursday. You didn't give us an advanced copy of your opening statement, but yet there was reporting on it somewhere else. There seems to be more information from YouTube videos than you're able to provide for us, and it begs the question to anyone, you're in charge of the investigation of your own failure. So how is anybody in America supposed to be able to trust the results of that investigation as being anything transparent and genuine?
That's the last question, but please feel free to answer the question, Director.
Sir, I've been a Secret Service agent for nearly 30 years. I have led with integrity, and I follow our core values of duty, justice, honor, loyalty, and courage. And I am doing that in this case, and I assure this committee that I will provide answers when we have a full and complete report, in addition to cooperating with all of the other investigations that are ongoing.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for convening this hearing on a bipartisan basis. I join them in condemning the horrific assassination attempt on the former president. I am relieved for the sake of the country that he wasn't seriously hurt and that he survived, and my thoughts with him and his family during such a traumatic event. I also want to express condolences to Corey Comprator's family and recognize his heroism in saving his daughter's lives, and to the victims of that awful event. Now, Director Cheadle, would you agree that this is the most serious security lapse since President Reagan was shot in 1981 of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir, I would.
And, do you know what Stuart Knight did when he was in charge at the time of the Secret Service? Do you know what he did afterwards?
He remained on duty.
He resigned. He resigned. And Stuart Knight was not a Democratic appointee or a Republican appointee. Look, I'm not quite...
Obviously, you didn't know what happened to him because you said, he remained on duty. No, bitch, he resigned because he failed at his job. The same way you did, but I guess you didn't realize that part.
Questioning your judgment, I just don't think this is partisan. If you have an assassination attempt on a president, a former president, or a candidate, you need to resign. That's what Stuart Knight did. He was a Republican appointee, and he took responsibility. And I think you need to reflect. This is not a question of you. It's a question of the American people. You cannot go leading a Secret Service agency when there is an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. I would say that about anyone who is running. And so I guess my question to you is, What's the difference between your position and what Stuart Knight did?
What I will tell you, sir, is that I am dedicated to finding the answers to what happened. And like every Secret Service agent, we don't shirk from our responsibilities. I will remain on and be responsible to the agency, to this committee.
We don't share our responsibilities, but I'm going to continue to be responsible for the agency. We just don't share what the fuck we do to y'all.
To the former president and to the American public.
But is there a reason you wouldn't just do what Stuart Knight did after the Reagan assassination attempt?
I believe that I provided an answer.
There's nothing more that you have to say? I mean, do you really believe at this moment, given how divided the country is and the questions asked, that your service in this role is the best for the nation? I mean, I'm not saying you can't do
wait
public
till
service
Mace
again,
get
you
her.
can't do something else again. Do you really genuinely in your heart believe that you being in this role is what's right for America at this moment? I mean, do you think there are people who are Trump supporters who have confidence in you? The one thing that we've got to have agencies in this country that are transcend politics, that have the confidence of independents, Democrats, Republicans, progressives, conservatives. Do you really believe that the majority of this country has confidence in you right now?
I believe that the country deserves answers, and I am committed to finding those answers and providing those answers.
Well, look, I believe, Director Schittle, that
You
you
ain't
should
provided
resign.
much.
I think there are colleagues on both sides of the aisle who believe that, and I hope you'll consider it. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Director Cheadle, did local law enforcement ESU teams have compromise authority to engage a perceived threat?
Yes.
Why do you think they didn't use it?
I believe that they follow the same use of force that our
You
agency...
don't, when you have compromise authority, you don't have to get permission if you perceive a threat. And there were not just the ESU units, but there were local law enforcement that had line of sight on the shooter before the shots were taken. So one of my questions is there was supposed to be a briefing with the Secret Service sniper units, your counter assault team members, with the contract team, with the local ESU teams. That didn't take place. Why was that?
So I have been told that there has been a briefing. There was a briefing that took place.
I've been told that there wasn't one.
And again, we are still looking into the facts of the investigation. So
Let me ask you this. When were you informed that there was a credible threat against President Trump, former President Trump? When did you learn of that?
Sir, the former president has a number of threats.
I didn't ask you that. There was a credible threat from Iran. When were you informed of that? Answer the question.
We have been monitoring the threats.
You
for
knew
the former president.
You knew before the rally, okay? All right. The site security plan is generally drafted by the site supervisor and the site agent, probably out of the Pittsburgh district office. Did they take into account the credible threat against President Trump?
Our personnel take into account the threats that are
Then
out
why
there.
would they leave a building? And I will correct the distance that's been quoted. It was about 140 yards with clear line of sight to the president. Why was that building not occupied on the roof? I mean, you could have put Barney Fife on the roof and kept somebody from getting up there. So why wasn't that done?
The plan that was developed that day encompassed a number of security mitigations.
The issue is the site supervisor, the site agent, and the special agent in charge, who I think signed off on the plan, did not include that in the inner perimeter, and they didn't have a plan to secure the building. As I understand it, the Butler County ESU unit was situated on the second floor of a building next to that, but they didn't have a clear line of sight of the roof. The angle was too severe. The photograph that was taken of the young man, of the shooter, when he had the rangefinder, was taken at 5:15. It wasn't until 5:38 that photograph was transmitted to the Secret Service sniper units. I don't understand the lack of interoperability here in the communication process. I don't understand why people didn't perceive that as a credible threat. The video that Mr. Christopher Morphy had shown there was clearly a credible threat. So how is it that all of these mistakes could be made? How many explosive devices were found on or near the site?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI.
Madam, I believe they were in his car, and there, I think there might have been one near a main gas line. It wasn't just the fact that he had a rifle. It was the fact that he had the ability to inflict enormous harm.
The other fact is that he just asked her a question that he already had the answer to that she just tried to dance around. So he specifically asked her, like, look, did you know about the explosives that he had? Well, I would have to refer you to the FBI. All right, well, look, let me just tell you what I already know, since you don't know or don't want to tell us. He had explosives in the car. Lady, stop dancing at this point. You might as well just take your shoes off.
Enormous numbers of casualties had those devices exploded. I want to know also, when your agents conduct a site review, are they fully informed of all of the threats that are being made against the principle that they're protecting?
What I can tell you is that when our agents go out to conduct an advance, their whole goal is to ensure the safety and security.
I understand what their goal is. The failure to secure that building not only put the former president's life in danger, it put the lives of individuals in the crowd in danger as well. I mean, the Reagan shooting, there were other people shot at that time as well. And the Secret Service members' lives were in danger. So I don't understand how you can continue to stay in the position you're in when this was a failure of historic magnitude. 43 years without anything like this happening. And you failed, in this case, in a spectacular way. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you and the ranking member on your joint statement and for holding this hearing that we might all at least attempt to try to get some answers. Some of us, Ms. Cheadle, grew up in an era not too unlike what we see today in terms of political violence. And some of us remember the November 22nd, 1963 assassination of President Kennedy. Some of us, like myself, remember 2 days later when Jack Ruby on live TV shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. We've seen over and over and over since that time these kind of attempts, whether it was the assassination of Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy, or the attempted attack on George Wallace in Laurel, Maryland, the shooting in 1981 of Ronald Reagan, our friend and colleague Steve Scalise shooting here in D.C., and the unfortunate attack on Paul Pelosi, and now this matter regarding former President Trump. Let me try, if I might, to take another walk at this. People just assume that whoever is in charge takes full responsibility when there's never been, at least on this magnitude and scale, this sort of failure. So when members ask you, are you going to resign, and you say you have no intention to, they are perplexed, like many people who watch what's going on. And there's some things I just don't understand. Why was the building, the ARG building, placed outside of the perimeter when clearly it was close enough for someone to launch an attack?
So again, sir, we are looking into all of the details of how the advance was comprised, but I can tell you that there was overwatch on that building provided that day.
By a drone?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of technology or assets that were used in this forum.
I think it's fair to say the overwatch failed because the shooter got up on the roof and stayed there for a while, and people had pointed him out. So do you think that your overwatch was a failure in that case?
I think that we need to know the full details to understand how this occurred.
And why was the rooftop left naked?
You can't even answer the fact that the overwatch was a failure. And then he asks a very significant question here. So, if there was if there was nobody over on that roof, how did you guys even obtain the surveillance to know that there was someone there ahead of time? Was it by drones? And of course, she couldn't confirm or deny that because that would have been a direct yes, we use drones, but it would have also implemented the fact that, yeah, we knew the nigga was over there ahead of time, we just didn't do shit. That's why she couldn't confirm or deny that question. Because if she would have fucked up and said, yeah, we saw him over there with the drone, dismissed.
To begin with, can you tell us that, considering it was within the line of sight and so very close?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics of this particular event site, but what I can tell you is that when the Secret Service develops an advanced plan, they take into account a number of factors when they're building their advance. If there are buildings or areas of concern, and Overwatch is one of those mitigations that they want to put in place, then they will cover off areas of responsibility.
I understand that, but the shooter came to the attention of your agency 52 minutes before the former president got to the stage. Did anybody get assigned to watch or cover that individual who had already been seen with a advanced finder on him and other suspicious matters? Was anybody assigned to track him?
So what I'd like to clarify is that a suspicious individual
I got that part.
was
It's
brought
not a threat.
to the attention
I know.
of our personnel. And again, having a rangefinder at an outdoor event.
Well, let me ask you this. When the suspicious person was brought to the attention of the Secret Service, was anybody in the detail ordered to follow and stay with that suspicious person just because they might become a threat?
So we have a number of teams that are on the ground. And again, we are trying to verify the timelines of when those notifications were made to our personnel so that they could assume the responsibility of trying to track that individual.
Ms. Cheadle, there has been a lot of discussion, some of which raised itself earlier in this hearing, about poor staff morale within your agency. And I have the July 17th report of Government Executive, which is a credible reporting service for the federal government, for employees. And the 2023 ranking of places to work within the federal government showed, and this is through the Office of Personnel Management, that the Secret Service came in 413th out of 459 sub-agencies and agencies. Can you explain that?
Certainly. What I can tell you is the Secret Service is a difficult job. It challenges our employees daily. It's holidays, it's weekends, it's no leave periods.
But, madam, people come to work knowing that. You do explain that when you hire somebody. They know that. It's the same with other agencies. They miss holidays. They come to work at odd hours. But to be worked, one of the worst places to work within the federal government, 413 out of 459? I just need an explanation. What do you think as the director there?
I think that this
and that's the last question, but please answer Mr. Infobay's question.
I think that this is a challenging job. I think that it's a challenging environment to be in law enforcement, and we do have a no-fail mission, and our folks are tasked with that every day, 365 days of the year. But I can tell you I've also taken a number of measures since I've been the director to recruit and retain and stem the tide of attrition in our agency, which will hopefully alleviate some of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I join in the calls of all of our members to say thank you for doing this hearing on a bipartisan
That's the thing, though.
basis.
Everybody was funded. All of them was funded. All of them were planned. This is the first time where the plan didn't go according to plan. So they're drilling her on the fact that, yo, this fucked up. We trying to figure out how this fucked up. Yeah, we know it wasn't. We know for a fact that, you know, of course, Trump wasn't supposed to die. We know that. At the same time, some of us here know that we invested in him dying. So we trying to figure out how you fucked up to where he didn't die. That's one thing. Second thing is, we trying to figure out how you fucked up in the way he didn't die. If you get what I'm trying to say in reading in between the lines. She pretty much is just being drilled here for the simple fact that there was a public fuck up of huge magnitude, and the entire world saw it, as well as there are so many inconsistencies that were made known to the public. Had this have been 1995, where nobody could know shit, we wouldn't even be sitting here drilling her. But because we have social media nowadays, and all this information is out there in public, these questions have to be asked to her. They just have to be. And him even quoting that from the magazine, that's like I said, that's the world we live in right now. A lot of them are quoting things from what they've seen on the internet, what they've seen on YouTube. And like one guy said earlier, like, yo, I got more answers watching videos on YouTube than I got out of you.
Director, I'm not going to sit here and say you ought to resign, but I am going to say that you have not given us confidence that you have the ability to understand what happened, to take the responsibility in terms of understanding. You've spent a number of years. How many years do you say you've been with the agency?
29.
Well, I spent 16 years with AT&T, moved 7 times with them, and had a really good feel about their operations, how they worked, what was acceptable, who was responsible. And I've heard you say today numbers of times, well, you've got to wait. Well, you've got to wait. Wait for the final report. When is the final going to happen? I mean, how long do we have to wait before you can give us credible answers? You've been there 28 years. You've had a few days to be able to draw your own analysis of this. You should understand the entire process. You talked about being on the team, perhaps in Georgia. You have talked about your experience in this. You've talked about the professional nature of the agency. That I don't doubt. But the director, just like it was when I ran my operations at AT&T, was responsible for making sure they worked. And in business, it either works or it doesn't work. There's no in between. It either works or it does not work. And your job as the, in essence, administrator, the director, is to make sure it looks right and works. And I've not heard you say one thing about my analysis is, I have asked these questions. It's always, I've got to sit back and wait for someone else to decide that. So I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you can answer. Have any employees been disciplined for their role in Butler, PA incident?
No, sir, not at this time. I am asking those questions.
So no employee has been disciplined and no employee has been placed in any position that would place their job in jeopardy nor their standing in the agency.
We are still in the process of
That's
interviewing
not what
people.
I asked. You're the person that runs the place. You're the person that knows right from wrong, good from bad. You've had a number of days, and now you come before this committee knowing you're going to be before us, and you've got to slough it off to someone else. Do you see where there was something that went wrong as a professional at an agency with 28 years, or do you have to count on someone else to give you the final report?
I see that something went wrong, and I've acknowledged that something went
Then
wrong.
what went wrong?
I
Was
need
the
to-
special agent in charge not doing their job? Was the shooter given extra time? Was the sniper doing their job? I mean, these are things that people who've been around for 28 years can analyze quickly. I watched it live on TV, and then within minutes saw a number of facts and factors that would have and should have been known by people who were there. You've got 28 years. You're showing up here telling us and the American public, well, I've got to wait for the final answer. What is your evaluation?
I'm asking those same questions.
Well, no, you're before the
And I
committee. Tell us what went wrong. A special agent in charge, the person who was there. Tell us, and don't try and play a shell game with us. Do you have the ability?
Missions done got fed up. What's good, Hippie TV? Missions. Sessions done got fed up. Sessions done got fed up with her bullshit. Like, look, I'm getting tired of you telling us that you got to talk to somebody else. That's the same thing Fear B said. I'm getting tired of you telling us that you got to talk to somebody else to get your damn answers. Can you answer anything to us up here? I don't care about what somebody else got to tell you later on. Can you tell me something right now?
To effectively, as the director of this agency, to understand what went wrong and at least tell us, I do or don't know what I'm doing. And we come away with, and I'm not asking for you to resign. I'm asking for you, if you've got this experience, then you should be able to say to us, we know what we did wrong. It was a failure in our system, and we're immediately making these corrections. That's why you're having a difficult time with this group of members of Congress, because we saw it too. We've seen the things, but you are the 28-year expert. You are the person that, and only you, that can make the changes. And I hear you say, well, I've got to wait for a final report before at 28 years experience. That is why we think what you're doing, the answers you're giving us are not correct, and you are not using your professional expertise.
Because she put her foot in her own mouth with saying that stupid shit. You've been around for almost 30 years in the agency. Supposedly almost 30 years. And you don't even have just a roundabout general analysis or assessment of what happened. Again, she is purposely being left out of the loop, y'all. She is purposely being left out of the loop. She has to be. Because that's why the guy, a couple guys before her specifically asked, like, look, you don't know anything about BlackRock investments, do you? Because if she was to even have even the slightest hint or idea that that was an actual fact within this, we would be having a whole different conversation. Number one. Number two, 28 years to be exact. She said 27 to 28 years, what she said to be exact. But just a roundabout of 30 years, basically. So her having that amount of supposed experience is why she should have some type of synopsis into which person fucked up where, who was in charge of what. But because she's being left out of the loop on that type of thing with the investors having to do with this assassination to begin with, this was mainly a thing where allegedly there were a group of people that invested in his killing, and because this fucked up and those people have inside working investments within this same Congress, as you heard the recruiter from BlackRock says, oh, a senator we can buy like that, he's like 10 grand. We can buy a senator like that from Congress, he's like 10 grand. You have to think about it now. How many of those people are bought by BlackRock sitting in that very courtroom besides her?
Mr. Chairman, I will allow her to respond.
I am asking those same questions, sir, and I assure you, when I have a full and complete report of exactly what happened, there will be accountability, and we will make changes.
Before I recognize the question, just out of curiosity, Director, it's been 9 days. Every American wants these questions answered. Do you have a ballpark estimate of what Mr. Sessions asked you would be able to answer?
So I can tell
time-wise?
I can tell you on our mission assurance internal investigation, we are targeting to have that completed within 60 days. There's also an external investigation that is going to be taking place. There are a number of Office of Inspector General investigations as well, and we are working in concert. And then, of course, there is the Department of Justice, FBI, criminal investigation.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, respectfully, what you had just laid out about 60 days. We are currently in the midst of an especially concentrated presidential campaign in the moment. That is also paired with, of course, elections happening across the country that are happening in about 100 days. So the notion of a report coming out in 60 days when the threat environment is so high in the United States, irrespective of party, is not acceptable. And I think it's very important to understand that. This is not theater. This is not about jockeying. This is about the safety of some of the most highly targeted and valued targets internationally and domestically in the United States of America. So the idea that a report will be finalized in 60 days, let alone prior to any actionable decisions that would be made, is simply not acceptable. It has been 10 days since an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, regardless of party. There need to be answers. Again, this committee, this is not a moment of theater. We have to make policy decisions, and we have to make them now. We do. And that may be and that may require legislation. That may require policy that we must pass in the immediate term. And without that, we are flying blind. So the lack of answers and the lack of report is just simply not something that we can accept here. Director Cheadle, is there a standard perimeter that the Secret Service establishes around an event, or are those perimeters independently determined per event and scenario?
There is no standard. Every event and every venue is different and treated as such.
So each event has a different perimeter that is established depending on the logistics of that event. Now, you established earlier that
I thought she wasn't in charge of the security and planning. Before she said she was, then she said she wasn't. Now all of a sudden she is again. Interesting.
building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now, the individual used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
There are a number of weapons out there with a number of ranges. Again, an advance was completed. The determination of the perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account when we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
And so what I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
A perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building. There were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
Respectfully, Dr. Cheadle, as well, as a person who has experienced an enormous amount of threat incidents, including incidents that have never been reported publicly, there is a common pattern that happens here, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police, local departments. After a critical security failure, we often hear there will be an independent investigation. That independent investigation gets set up. Usually the expectation is between 2 to 3 months after the incident, and then nothing really occurs from there. The report is usually not satisfactory to the questions that are usually being raised here, and most importantly, corrective action is rarely taken. If I were to state anything that I think is profoundly important, is that we need to have answers to the public. Ideally, I would encourage you and the agency to be more forthright with the members that still have yet to have their questioning, because the public deserves to have full confidence, and the stakes are too high. The violence that could break out in this political moment, regardless of party, in the event of someone getting hurt, constitutes a national security threat to the entire country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Could I go back to something you
Yes,
said?
please. Feel free, Director.
Ma'am, if I could just speak to something you said at the outset when you started your questioning. I want to assure you and everyone on this committee that I'm not waiting for a report to take action. We have been conducting analysis all along, and we have been...
And there you have it right there. And she shouldn't have even opened her mouth and said that right there. Because she could have left it at, I'm waiting back for a report. Because now you didn't put your foot in your mouth even further. The biggest thing that someone said to you was to give you the quote unquote alibi out of this was that you are waiting on hearing back from someone, which we all know that you are actually waiting to hear back from someone, because you're not actually the person that is the main puppeteer, I should say, as far as this goes. You are just another puppet in this play. But the fact that you have now said that you are not waiting on a report or any type of investigation lets me further know what it is you really do. The fact that you are not even waiting on an investigation or report back lets us further know that you truly don't know anything at all. And it's, as you keep repeating, 9 days out. 9 days out. And you haven't been able to figure out a single thing as the supposed head of the Secret Service. Very enlightening to everyone here.
Adding additional features to our security details since this incident occurred.
And I'd hope you can highlight and illuminate what some of those are in the event of other members questioning as well.
Very good. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent for that photo to go into the official record.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you. Director, your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comprador and serious injury to two other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
What did the Technical Services Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
Those are questions that we are asking, and we are
you're sitting here today. Come on, Director. Everybody said this. You knew you were going to be asked that question because it's been asked multiple times. So this is an easy one. What did they determine was going to be the event perimeter? So you should know that. I mean, this is not, gee, I got to wait till someone else tells me.
And see, here's another thing, too. She's going to, of course, reiterate the fact that she's not, Biggs cooked the fuck out of her. Let me just say that, too, ahead of time. So, in fact, I'm just let it play, because he's about to really cook her.
What was it?
Again, I don't want to speak to specifics of the event.
Okay, this is a specific.
I understand.
This is a specific that you ought to know. As someone who said the buck stops with me, I'm going to stay in my job, I'm going to give the answers to the American people, and I know what happened, except for you're not going to tell us. And you're not going to tell the American people. And you yourself said in an interview that foments this notion of conspiracy theories. Guess what? When you sit here and repeatedly tell people, hey, I have to wait, as it frustrated everybody on this committee, guess what? It undermines your credibility and whether you're really going to get to it. So I'm going to ask you again, what did the Technical Service Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
We are still gathering reports. We are interviewing individuals.
You know what it is, though. No, you're just not going to tell us, right?
When I have those details, I will most certainly share those.
Was the gun already on the roof?
So you don't even know. See, this is where Biggs is drilling. His questions are the real drill ones. You don't even know the parameters of what you were supposed to cover. As the head of the Secret Service, you don't know the parameters in which you were supposed to cover. Or maybe you do, but you just don't want to tell us. Sounds like you don't actually know. That's another thing. But what I was going to get to before was the fact that she keeps mentioning, oh, I would have to refer to the FBI. I would have to refer to the FBI. So the FBI, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But CIA works for Secret Service. So correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I know, the CIA was supposed to be higher than the FBI. From what I'm gathering, she's making it sound like it's the other way around. For the fact that you got to keep talking to the FBI, supposedly, or I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation. I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation. The shit that you supposed to know, you got to refer everybody to the FBI on? Think about that sample fact right there. You got to refer them to a lower tier than you for information? Excuse me?
Or did the shooter carry the gun up with him?
I do not have that information at this time.
Well, when was the last sweep of that roof done prior to the rally?
I do not have that information at this time.
So, how many holds?
At this point, she just got tired of all them fucking questions. Just said, I do not have this information. Ask the FBI. I don't know.
I mean, so most of us here have been in events, and Secret Service has been there. There's been security. And I can't tell you how many times we've said there's going to be a security hold right here. So we're going to wait. And we wait to 1 or 2 or 3 minutes. And yet we're hearing from you, apparently, that there were no holds in place. So ever instituted here with President Trump's going on stage. And you said, and this is, I think, connected with this, you said they hadn't adjudicated the shooter to be a threat. He was adjudicated to be a suspicious person, even though we've got some dynamic video that Mr. Krishnamurthy put on the video for us. So I guess my question for you is, and I think you answered this, I just want to see if you're consistent with what you said about an hour and a half ago. What do you do if a suspicious person is identified by the agency?
So at a number of our events, it is not unusual.
I know it's not unusual. What do you do?
Those individuals that are identified as suspicious, we will send teams out
was a team sent out here then?
There were teams that were sent to identify and interview that individual.
They were sent to interview the individual who's scampered up in camo on top of a roof within 130 yards of his target. And did your team get there? When did your team get there to conduct that interview?
I don't have the details on the timeline. It is my understanding.
So if you did send, if they did send a team, and they're going to interview him, and you described that earlier as an investigation. Why didn't they put a security hold on President Trump going on stage at that rally?
At a number of our protective sites, there are suspicious individuals that are identified all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they constitute a threat.
Of course not. But here you got a guy scampering up the side of a building on top of a roof. It's identified to you, and you said you sent a team there. And you can't answer that. And this gets to one of my finer points, Mr. Chairman, if I can make it. And that is, we can have these kind of interview sessions, 5 minutes, everybody gets a kiss at the pig, 5 minutes, and she gets to stonewall us, not deliver answers. So we say, okay, we're going to put together a congressional committee, a blue ribbon committee. Same crap will happen. I am calling, and I'll support that, but I will tell you this, I am calling on the Speaker to give us and put together a truly independent commission of qualified former Secret Service agents presidential and VIP protective services people who can actually conduct this kind of investigation and give us real answers, because I don't think you're going to give us those answers. You should have come today ready to give us answers. I call upon you to resign today. And I also would say I've got a bunch of UC requests, if I can go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed with the request.
Thank you. I apologize. It might take...
That's all right. Go ahead.
Mine said today. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. We want you to resign today with the bullshit that you done hit us with. Furthermore. But yeah, I was just Googling that as well. So yes, the Secret Service and the CIA, supposedly there is no actual hierarchy. I didn't even know that. So that's a quick Snapple fact for everyone here, including myself. There is no actual hierarchy with that. But supposedly the FBI is underneath the CIA, but there's no actual ranking as far as them being above one another. And internally, the Secret Service and the CIA actually have completely different roles. A lot of people would actually think, including myself, that the Secret Service, the CIA, and the FBI pretty much, one big triangle and work together. But no, they actually don't work hand in hand, which makes things even more complicated if you think about it. The fact that all three of them don't even talk to each other like that makes it even more complicated when you really, put a brain on that. Because if they aren't even communicating with each other like that, something like this could easily happen anytime. Number one. Number two, if they are never even really communicating with each other like that on the same page, and they're just all doing their own thing within their bureaus, there leaves room for so much corruption to actually happen. Thus, what happened here allegedly. The corruption was outside of the parameters of Congress. Actually, it was within Congress, but at the same time, it was outside the parameters of being able to cover it or preventing it from happening or even assuring it to happen. What I mean by that is, like I said before, was the recruiter from BlackRock told everybody, look, we invest in your senates, your politicians, what have you. We invest in those people so that when certain things happen, and the amount of stock and shares that even they hold. So it's a win-win for them. Perfect example, right? There's probably somebody within that Congress right now that won't stand up and say who they are. The real Slim Shady will not stand up and say, hey, I was one of those guys that invested in Austin, in the Austin, basically the BlackRock investment for Trump to die. I was one of those guys that, had some shares that, I was trying to, get off because I knew Donald Trump's stock was going to plummet and fall. They can't actually say that. So because they can't actually say that, we are getting this public gangbang drilling of this Director Cheadle.
It might take a moment.
Very important.
Anthony Guglielmi, the Secret Service spokesman, one from him.
Without objection, so ordered.
Article, U.S. Secret Service says it previously denied Trump requests for additional resources, New York Times reports.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service says it denied earlier Trump requests for more federal resources.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service acknowledges denying some past requests by Trump's campaign for tighter security.
Without objection, so ordered.
Preliminary findings by Senator Ron Johnson and his committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
Articles entitled, Notice Anything Different About Trump's Secret Service detailed. Next, former Biden official corrects herself after saying Dems must turn their fire on Donald Trump to beat him. Secret Service director says buck stops with her, but she will not resign. Disney Star Wars Mark Hamill cracks joke about Trump's ear bandage following assassination attempt. Biden, I haven't engaged in inciting rhetoric. Trump has. I'm just talking about threat to democracy. Piece called Who is Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheadle? Charlemagne the God says Trump solely responsible for violent rhetoric that led to attempt on his life. Video actress Amanda Seales pushes conspiracy theory Donald Trump assassination trip was staged. Report Secret Service identified rooftop as a potential vulnerability days before the rally. Watch, BlackRock removes ads showing former President Donald Trump's would-be assassin. Why does the Biden administration have 100% confidence Secret Service after assassination attempt? Secret Service director, we didn't put snipers on the roof because it was kind of sloped. Here's what Thomas Matthew Crooks did in the days leading up to Trump assassination attempt. Secret Service director under scrutiny for diversity initiatives after Trump assassination attempt. The official story on Trump shooting makes no sense at all. Andrew McCabe says Trump assassination.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I'm happy to assent to all of them. I just so as to facilitate
You don't want me to
our
read?
proceedings.
Is it too tedious?
Well, we're not even really hearing them anyway. So if we could, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
You would like me to I'll slow it down. I was probably going too fast. Secret Service's explanations for security failures ahead of Trump assassination attempt are not adding up. U.S. reportedly received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate President Trump. What WTH, Secret Service now saying that they didn't put any agents on the roof because slight slope was too dangerous. Report, U.S. officials received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump before Crooks' attempt. Exclusive GOP rep Cloud. Homeland Security Agency is interfering in House's assassination investigation. Why Trump's raised fist after surviving assassination attempt is triggering the liberal media. Questions swirl over the security lapse at Trump rally, reviving old concerns about Secret Service. Secret Service scrambles to shift blame after Trump shooting as backlash hits hard.
Right in front of us
Nobody
at that,
contacted
Christine.
me.
Right in front of us at
Must-see
that.
6-camera split screen of assassination attempt captures everything shooter was in open 2+ minutes. Murillo, 5 reasons
Move
you should
ahead
be
real
angry.
quick to
Breaking,
other
shooter
guys, 'cause
spotted up to
we're gonna
30
get to
minutes
something
before firing,
else in just a
reported
second.
multiple times.
Chairman, I first want to highlight certain comments from Ranking Member Raskin.
It's about 2 or 3
my
more people
colleagues
want
on
to get
both
to, and then
sides
we're
of
going to
the
get to
aisle, President
a
Biden
couple other
and
things.
Vice President Harris, and that is political violence is completely unacceptable in this country, full stop. It is an assault on our democracy itself, and I am devastated by this attack on a candidate for the president, for the office of the highest office in the land, and continue to pray for the victims of this shooting and their families. As someone who has known gun violence firsthand, no one should have to experience the pain of losing a loved one to weapons of war. It is deeply unfortunate political violence has become far too common. Whether it is the deadly attack on the Capitol on January 6th, the assault on Speaker Pelosi's husband, or the threats of violence against election workers, we all must work to condemn political violence and tone down the rhetoric. So, Director Cheadle, on behalf of the hardworking men and women of the Secret Service, can you give us some perspective as into what goes into securing an event like the rally? Like, how much time do you have to prepare?
Thank you for the question. Generally, when we receive notification that there's going to be an event taking place at a venue, the advance team assignments are made, and there is a 5-day process to conduct walkthroughs, coordinate with staff, local staff, and whether it be campaign staff or the protectee staff, and then with local law enforcement on where the perimeter is going to be, the size and the scope of the event, how many attendees there are going to be, if it's an indoor rally, outdoor rally, what sort of assets are available locally, what sort of assets the Secret Service can bring to bear, and what the scope of the event that the staff is trying to accomplish.
So to that point, how many agents were recommended or requested as opposed to how many were assigned?
So I'm not going to get into specifics of how many were assigned, but those numbers that were requested were provided.
And how many local agents were involved in the preparation, if you will, that you talked about, that 5-day preparation?
So there were a number of local agents from the local office, as well as agents from the former Trump detail that were involved in that advance process.
Do we have a number?
I do have a number. I'm not going to release that number in this setting.
You're not making this easy for us. This is a shocking incident on the former president's life and an appalling instance of political violence and a threat to our democratic values. I'm thankful that the former president is on the mend. And again, I'm grieving for the family and friends of Corey Compatore, who lost a loved one
in this shooting and now know the unbearable pain of gun violence. I really hope this serves as a reminder about our responsibility to attack policies, not personalities, to be honest and truthful, and to treat one another with dignity, respect, and thoughtfulness. And with that, I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for those very powerful and moving remarks. Director Cheadle, we don't want to lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack. We cannot lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack, and we can't lose any more citizens to AR-15 mass violence, mass shootings. And we certainly don't want an attempted AR-15 assassination or assassination attempt to set off political violence or riots in America. So this is deadly serious business. The vice-ranking member pointed out that a report in 60 days won't do it for us because we have a responsibility. Members of Congress have a responsibility to take action now if there's anything we can do to prevent this. So,
real quick, I just want to say before it gets too far down in the chat, we are actually going to get into that very same thing Fury B just mentioned too, to where this is a textbook play out of the CIA's book to cause another event to actually happen. So we all know that when they're doing one thing, it's to distract us from the bigger thing that they're actually doing. So we're actually going to get into that bigger thing that they're actually doing and why it was so important for Trump to actually get killed. Number one. Two, we're going to get into what the Obamas even made that Netflix documentary for, Leave the World Behind, because what happened a couple of days ago is just the tip of the iceberg. If you guys were trying to get on the plane that day, you know what I'm talking about.
my question for you is, what is informing your operational decisions right now that you've invoked? Without a report, can you tell us what are the preliminary judgments, or if you don't want to foreshadow the report, fine. What are your personal, professional judgments informing the operational decisions you're making right now?
Certainly, and I appreciate that question. I don't want to make any preliminary judgments on what happened on this particular day, but I can tell you that we have looked at, as we did immediately in the aftermath, what the security plan for the Republican National Convention was going to be, and we made adjustments to the interior of the perimeter there. We looked at the protectees that we have here in the Washington, D.C. area and our protective sites, and we did make some adjustments to their security posture. And as we continue to move through the next several weeks, even yesterday with the announcement of the president no longer running, we have made adjustments to the vice president's detail. We are already prepared for an eventual VP nominee, and we continue to make those assessments. I think it just shows how dynamic the environment is that this agency works in every day.
So you've made the same kinds of common sense judgments and intuitive recommendations that members of the public and members of Congress are asking about right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And before I recognize Ms. Mace, I have to say, Director, we're pretty close to the halfway point during this. You answered more questions with an ABC reporter than you have with members of Congress. We have a lot more questions. The American people are demanding that we get answers to those questions, and that's what the purpose of this hearing is today. So I'm sure
you answered more questions with an ABC News reporter than you have the Congress. I just want you to understand that, woman.
A lot of the questions that have already been asked are going to be asked again, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I strongly implore you to answer those questions. You're here with a subpoena, and we expect you to answer the questions. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mace.
Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was
She started it off with the smoke. Yo, you want to use my 5 minutes right now just to, get your resignation ready, because you about to be out of here when I'm done with you.
this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes or no?
I have always been
yes
eager to
or no?
come
You didn't
and
want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
I have no idea how my statement got out. I have no idea how my statement got out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that it was the political playbook. Did I say that? Oops. Yo, Mace was my favorite one of them all. Because she prefaced it earlier with, listen, I know everybody else is getting frustrated with you, but I ain't about to play with you. So I'm going to tell you ahead of time. Everything I'm going to ask you is a yes or no question, bitch. Either yes or no. I don't want to hear your runaround. I don't want to hear your investigations. I want to hear yes or no to what I'm asking you. And she drilling the fuck out of her with it.
Bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objections ordered.
Okay.
Without objection. And he was like, know what? Mace, go ahead and cook this bitch. Please go ahead and cook her.
Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no.
I'll have to get back to you on that. She said, that's a no. You have not even met. So on top of the fact that she don't know shit, she got the list of questions way ahead of time of what the fuck she was even going to be asked and still can't answer. That's what's fucking them up and that's what's frustrating them so much right now is the fact that she literally got this list of questions that she was going to be asked and still is giving them a runaround. They are pissed at her for that.
Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th, yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to.
You are full of shit today, ain't you? Ooh, that's what Mace was my favorite one. She was my favorite one. She said, look, you are full of shit. I just want to tell you that right now. You sitting up here lying to this whole Congress telling us that you don't know shit, but you got told ahead of time what you was going to be asked. You were briefed on how you were going to be asked it, and you still ain't do your due diligences and find out any information for us. Lady, kiss my ass. That's basically base right now.
Maintain decorum in this committee, no matter
have
how
you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
that. That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay. And you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All right. How many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course. 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting? How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She knew the answer to her own question that she was asking her. Yo, that's why I said Mace was my favorite one that lit her ass up and said, "Thank you, Chairman. I don't even need to ask her no more. I'm done with her." Ring her out. Ring the bitch out. Ring the bitch out at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, Director Cheadle. Funny play on words at that. This movie is definitely over. She is definitely going to have to resign after this. She's definitely going to have to resign after this. And I think a lot of people actually knew that ahead of time going into this, that she was going to be, they were going to be forcing her resignation. And that's why Mace did what she did just now with her line of questioning, which was saying that, you know, you got this list on July 15th. It's July 22nd. So 7 days ago, literally a week ago, you were given a list of questions that you were going to be asked. You were giving a full docket of information that you were supposed to provide to us today on this hearing. And yet you are still giving us a complete runaround of everything, even the most basic and simple of questions that we are asking. Perfect example, she just asked, listen, what was the amount of time in between y'all seeing the shooter and him getting the shot off? Or should I say, witnesses noticing the shooter and him getting the shot off? How many minutes went by for that? You couldn't even tell us that information. And that is public known information. That's the craziest part about it. She was asking her stuff that was public information, and she was saying that, oh, I have to get back to you. We still have investigations going on, blah, 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 blah. And Mace is like, look, bitch, I already know the answers to your questions that I'm asking you right now. The fact that you can't answer none of these questions is what's pissing me off, this Congress off, the American people off. And the fact that you don't know these questions, I question the fact that you're even going to have a job tomorrow. Like I said, Mace lit her ass up. There's a couple more people I want to get to, and it's one person in particular that's going to ask a certain question before we get out of not get out of here, because I got a couple more things I want to get to. Like I said, we got a night. We got a night tonight. I ain't going nowhere.
And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Stansberry, I believe I want to recognize Mr. Mfume for a unanimous consent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg your indulgence, I meant to do this earlier. I'd like to have unanimous consent that it be submitted for the record. The 2023 ranking of best and worst workplaces in the federal government, compiled by the Office of Personnel Management, which shows the United States Secret Service coming in, again, as I said earlier, 413th out of 459 sub-agencies, and this appears in the July 17th edition of Government Executive.
Without objections ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansbury from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by just saying that part of why you have bipartisan agreement here on the dais about the severity and importance of this hearing is because this is not just a single shooting. This is about national security and the security of our democracy. It's not just one operational failure. This is about our public officials safe. And what does that signal to our country and to the world about American security and the ability of our officials to do their job safely? So I want to start by saying thank you to all of our brave men and women who are in the uniform, whether it's the Secret Service or local law enforcement, who put their lives on the line. I think obviously we honor their service, but this is really about operational failures and what it means for our country at large. And I also want to reaffirm that we must condemn unequivocally political.
So real quick, yes, notice how they keep referencing certain statistics like from that magazine, right? The reason why they're doing that is for the simple fact that, like a guy said earlier, in 43 years, this has never necessarily happened. As we mentioned earlier, these were all funded and planned. Okay? They were all funded and planned. So this is the first time that one of the fuck-ups, that one of the plans didn't go according to plan. So they have to reference these certain statistics just to emphasize that, hey, we are not experienced in this type of thing happening. So the fact that you are not experienced in this type of thing happening is making us all look nuts in here right now. This whole organization, the United States government right now in Congress is looking like a complete joke with this shit going on today. Because like I said, they are not experienced in what is happening. Let alone she is not experienced in the shit that is happening right now. So they all are in question, in limbo, in what the fuck is even going on right now.
Violence of any kind, violence of
move up a little bit because it's a certain person I want to get to that acts the certain. Yeah,
so
I think
the
it's him.
Secret Service needed to learn
and wanted to make
It's him specifically, I think.
Is that correct?
Accountability, and we need answers. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, I have a question just right off the bat. Something that you've bragged about repeatedly is that you've increased protection for the 36 individuals that the Secret Service is also entrusted with. Is that correct?
I think I stated that we currently have 36 protectees and that we continue to make evaluations on where those levels
36
of protection
protectees
are provided.
You've mentioned specific increases in protection that you've provided for some of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Based on what?
Well, some of it has been as a result of the tragic incident that occurred on the 13th. We went back and reassessed where we were at in providing protection and wanted to make sure that we were not, overlooking anything considering this most recent incident.
So the Secret Service needed to learn that allowing a rooftop 150 yards away from a protectee, not putting that in a perimeter, not having someone guarding that roof, that information is new to you and it's caused you to increase protection to other folks that are under your care?
I think it is prudent after any incident that occurs to go back and take a look at your current practices and see if there is anything that needs to be done differently.
It's inconsistent because what you said earlier to Mr. Turner was that the protection that you were offering to President Trump was in line with the current threats, him being a former president, him being a nominee of a major political party, the threats from Iran, the protection that you're providing him was adequate. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's a problem that the Americans' trust in the federal government is an all-time low? Do you think that's a problem?
I think that it's unfortunate.
I don't know why you're quibbling with my word. Is it a problem or is it not?
I think the American public deserves to have trust in their federal government.
Okay. I don't know why you're being difficult. It's a simple question. Are you concerned about the increasing prevalence of conspiracy theories going on out there right now?
Yes.
I am too. You've been incredibly inconsistent with your answers before this committee today and what you were willing to reveal. You've acknowledged that the shooter was identified with a rangefinder, that President Trump's detail was sufficient for the threats he faced from Iran, that certain details were erroneously reported, in your words, but you haven't been willing to provide any information about the decision to place the building in question outside the perimeter, the explosives placed in the shooter's vehicle, the use of a drone by the shooter, or when exactly the Secret Service identified the shooter as a threat rather than merely suspicious. What is your standard today for what you are willing to answer and what you are not? Because you've been inconsistent.
I'm certain that you can understand that some of the information that's been provided to you thus far has come from the FBI's
let me see if I can get the Frost and McDonald real quick.
A suspicious
Here's
person
Frost, yeah,
at the
Frost.
multiple layers pro chair.
Frost and McDonald
and
got like
acknowledging that
Mace.
this is still an
That could be.
Oversight hearings like this are essential components of an investigation, and I want to thank the chair for pulling this together. Madam Director, I appreciate you for being here. The events of July 13th raised serious questions about the efficacy and thoroughness of the security protocols in place. The gravity of the fact that an unsophisticated gunman was able to secure his perch and take a shot at a former president despite multiple layers of security and intelligence are not lost on me. Before I came to Congress, I used to work advance for a major political candidate and have interacted with many different law enforcement agencies on large political events like the one that just happened. How many times was the Secret Service alerted about a suspicious person at the July 13th campaign event prior to the first shot being shot?
I don't have an exact number to share with you today, but from what I've been able to discern, somewhere between 2 and 5 times there was some sort of communication about a suspicious individual.
To the Secret Service specifically? Mm-hmm. According to reports, the shooter was photographed twice by security officers prior to the shooting. A police officer saw the shooter on the ground and reported him with a photograph as a suspicious person. Multiple local law enforcement officers identified the shooter, radioed that he was acting suspiciously near the event's magnetometers. A local law enforcement tactical team saw the shooter on a roof and notified other security services and also photographed him. One police officer who photographed the shooter saw him scoping out the roof and carrying a rangefinder. My question is, and you've answered this, but why, or you haven't answered this, why wasn't the event paused right then?
Again, I'm not clear on the timeline of when the Secret Service shift and the counter sniper were notified.
But earlier, Madam Director, earlier you said that the Secret Service would have paused the rally if they identified a threat.
Correct.
So why wasn't it paused?
He clearly he cooked the fuck out of her just now because he pretty much just made her use her own words against her. He's pretty much reiterated rewound when she said out her own mouth that, hey, in the event that we get word of there's a threat or something going on that's suspicious, we are then to pause the rally. So you were also notified during the rally that, hey, there is some type of suspicious activity going on. Hey, local authorities have told you what's going on. Hey, someone's seen something. Hey, there's a guy with a rifle. Hey, there's this going on. You ain't took not one precaution in pausing it. And this was out of your own mouth that you said, yes, and Christine just said it earlier too. Yeah, you telling her yourself now at this point because that's how tired she is. That's how tired she's getting right now. They drilling her so bad that she tired and telling her damn self right now, like, look, I don't know shit about fuck.
Because I have to assume that they did not know that there was a threat when they brought the president out on the stage.
I feel like this is a breakdown in communication between local law enforcement, you all, and other actors at the rally. And again, as someone who's worked on these, I understand that there's multiple people with multiple decision, with the ability to make different decisions on the ground. I've taken over the last week, I've spoken with a lot of folks in local law enforcement in my district and across the country that I've worked with before, and other people have brought up concerns around being able to communicate with or with Secret Service during these big events and having their flags taken seriously. I do believe that if Secret Service believed that there was a legitimate threat, that they would have paused the rally. My concern is before that something was flagged and it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have been taken. So I think this shows an issue with communication. And I want to know, Madam Director, what you intend to do to fix that, not in 60 days, but now. We're in the middle of a presidential election, obviously a former president who had an assassination attempt, another rally goer who was killed due to this gun violence. We now have a presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party who's also historic, first black woman to be running for president. And so I am worried about everybody's life. What do you all intend to do to fix this communication breakdown and making sure that you actually take what local law enforcement, local folks are saying more seriously?
We take what local law enforcement relays to us seriously. Let me just be clear on that. As far as the communication,
But not this time.
We always trust our law enforcement partners and have a great relationship with them. We are looking at whether or not there was a communication breakdown. If that was the case, we will take steps to ensure that we correct that, because to your point, we cannot have a communication breakdown.
Did the live pause for y'all just now? Y'all let me know right now if the live pause for y'all and I'll run it back.
Director, does you mentioned that the perimeter of the event did not include the rooftop where the shooter was. Does your responsibility and the Secret Service's responsibility to protect a principal stop at the perimeter of an event?
Our responsibility is to ensure the safety and security of the event itself and the protectee who is attending that event and the personnel who are protecting.
So you would say the fact that the rooftop was outside the perimeter is not an excuse for what happened, saying that it was outside the perimeter of the event?
I am not offering that as an excuse.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it?
I figured it did. Let me run back for us just a little bit.
We will take steps. We take what local
committee, who's also historic, intend to do wasn't taken as seriously. I do believe that if Secret Service believed that there was a legitimate threat, that they would have paused the rally. My concern is before that something was flagged and it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have been taken. So I think this shows an issue with communication. And I want to know, Madam Director, what you intend to do to fix that, not in 60 days, but now. We're in the middle of a presidential election, obviously a former president who had an assassination attempt, another rally goer who was killed due to this gun violence. We now have a presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party who's also historic, first black woman to be running for president. And so I am worried about everybody's life. What do you all intend to do to fix this communication breakdown and making sure that you actually take what local law enforcement, local folks are saying more seriously?
We take what local law enforcement relays to us seriously. Let me just be clear on that. As far as the communication,
but not this time.
She barely even heard what he asked him. The fact that she had to say, "Well, with local enforcement, we have no communication basically with local enforcement." I'm sorry to tell you that.
We always trust our law enforcement partners and have a great relationship with them. We are looking at whether or not there was a communication breakdown. If that was the case, we will take steps to ensure that we correct that, because to your point, we cannot have a communication breakdown.
Madam Director, does you mentioned that the perimeter of the event did not include the rooftop where the shooter was. Does your responsibility and the Secret Service's responsibility to protect a principal stop at the perimeter of an event?
Our responsibility is to ensure the safety and security of the event itself and the protectee who is attending that event and the personnel who are protecting.
So you would say the fact that the rooftop was outside the perimeter is not an excuse for what happened, saying that it was outside the perimeter of the event?
I am not offering that as an excuse.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle.
He asked a ill question just now, too, in a very good way. How did a 20-year-old miraculously pick the best shot in the entire vicinity of that rally? How did a 20-year-old pick the best shot to take at the former president and the Secret Service knew diddly shit about it? The reason why they didn't know diddly shit about it is because they were not supposed to know diddly shit about that. Or were they? So, even with that line of questioning there, you have to read between the lines. A 20-year-old, of course, is not going to know how to get the best shot. He is going to be informed and told where he has to be.
In your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have.
I know they're
answers
questions,
to.
but the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my question.
And the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president.
So your answer is he didn't.
And continuity of government and the responsibility
So he
that we
did
have.
not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, a full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that...
9 days later, this is how far out the loop she is, yo. 9 days later, she has not even been back to where the shooting happened, let alone she didn't even stay to assess the fucking property. The director of the Secret Service did not even look at the property or look at the surveillance or the satellite images of the shooting yet. Me and you and God knows who else have looked at this satellite image, and she hasn't.
Surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of. Or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately following.
I think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site, what was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You
Hold on. Mic 1 2, mic 1 2. Okay, here we go. So you said out your own mouth reports, you even confirmed it, you recall saying this, that you did not put snipers, or should I say counter snipers, you didn't put a team on the other roof where the shooter was because the roof was quote unquote too steep. But then you put the same snipers, the same counter snipers that supposedly shot Thomas Crooks was on a much steeper slope of a roof. So you said that you did not put anyone on that roof because it was too steep and it was dangerous for them. But then you look over at where they actually are and you see that they're on a steeper roof with a much deeper slant. Come on now.
can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas, where we recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparatore life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was a nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go back to guarding Doritos
the chair,
is
the
wild.
ranking member for coming together and holding this hearing. But I have to say, I don't think any of our concerns have been addressed today. And what little we've learned has not inspired much confidence. I will just say that we obviously can't allow the violence we're seeing in this country become the norm or a commonplace. But that seems to be where we're heading. On this occasion, it was, very shockingly, a former president and current political candidate at a rally that we all assume is one of the most secure places we can be. But the violence we saw last Saturday is the same culture of violence that makes too many of our kids.
Real quick, it's only because it's getting late. I want to get to my man McDonald real quick.
I'm a number of reports.
He's going to be the last one. He's going to be the last one we do.
Yes, I have.
You've talked to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Your senior team has talked to every agent that was on the ground that day.
Yes, we have.
Have they all corroborated the same time they identified the shooter or they were made aware of the shooter either by attendees in the crowd or a local police department?
There are a number of reports of when those times were made.
Was it 5 minutes before the first shot rang out?
No.
Generally speaking, was it 10 minutes before the first shot rang out?
No. It
Was it 15 minutes before the first shot rang out?
It was less than that time frame when it was identified as a threat.
How many days before the shooting took place did Secret Service actually do their advance work to secure the facility that the rally was going to be held at?
5 days.
In the 5 days prior, when the security advance team did their work, did they identify the rooftop as a potential threat?
Again, I'm pulling those reports and that information.
It's been 9
to
days,
conduct those
Madam
interviews.
Director. Did they notice a rooftop 150 yards away that was a potential threat? Yes or no?
I am certain that the rooftop was noticed. I am pulling the reports.
What was the security parameters around securing that rooftop? What did they do?
There was overwatch provided for that rooftop.
Did Overwatch fail?
I am waiting to hear what the results of the investigation were so that I can identify where the failure was.
Who did you talk to that was on the ground that day that was responsible for Overwatch? What are their names?
I'm not going to provide their names in this setting.
Did you talk to the people that were providing Overwatch that day?
I've talked to the people that conducted the advance on that day and that were working the shift and were the counter snipers on that day.
So you talked to the counter sniper team, you talked to the people who were providing Overwatch that day, and you talked to the advance team, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did they tell you?
We are putting together a comprehensive report so that I can identify exactly where the gaps and the failures.
When the counter sniper team was on the roof and they identified that there was suspicious activity on the roof in question, what was the chain of command's orders around the person on said roof? Because I'm quite sure somebody saw under your organization, the Secret Service, I'm quite sure somebody saw the shooter on the roof. So what was the communication through the chain of command to deal with said person?
What I can tell you is that when the individual was identified by the counter sniper, they took one shot and neutralized that individual.
But that was after the shooter already took a shot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So what you're saying now is that the Secret Service did not see the shooter on the roof until after the shooter took a shot?
I do not have all of those details at this time.
If you don't have those details after
She
9
literally
days,
just,
Director, then what
he literally just made her answer her own question without even realizing it. That's the crazy part about that right there. He literally just made her answer her own question. So you mean to tell me that y'all had surveillance and knowledge of the shooter being there, as well as the drones being used? You've already confirmed all of these things, right? You also confirmed the fact that your counter sniper saw him ahead of time. Yet, no shot was taken at that sniper until after he took a shot. And yet your answer still is, yeah, I don't have any information at this time. We're doing an investigation. That was a yes or no question right there.
telling me is that you guys didn't see it. Is that correct?
I am telling you, I don't have all the details of the sequence at this time.
Director, it's been 9 days. Either you have the information or you do not. Is that correct?
We are still in the process of conducting interviews and an investigation.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. And the fact that it's been 9 days, and these are simple questions to answer. I'm quite sure if I asked any one of my kids if they got in trouble and I told them to give me the details, I would get more answers from them than I'm getting from you right now. And that's what's frustrating on a bipartisan basis, on a nonpartisan basis. This is a joke. And Director, you're in charge. And that's why you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognize Mr. Goldman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I want to follow up and just understand a little bit why there is so much information about this out in the public, including some from you and your communications team, and yet you're here pursuant to a subpoena under oath in front of Congress, and you're unable or unwilling to answer some of those same questions. Can you just explain why you are answering so many fewer questions here than you have to the media?
I'm answering the questions that I'm able to answer based on the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations.
But you have answered some of these questions previously, correct? To the public, to the media.
Which questions?
Well, did you have an interview with ABC News?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you explain the interaction between local law enforcement and the Secret Service, and that local law enforcement was responsible for securing the perimeter of the building where the shooter was?
I said that the Secret Service is responsible for designing and implementing and executing the security plan, and that we rely on the assistance of our local law enforcement partners to assist us with that plan.
Let me ask you something. Were you given any instructions about what you can and cannot answer here today?
My ability to answer questions is solely reflective of the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations, and I want to make sure that I provide accurate information that doesn't conflict with any of those investigations that are going on.
So is it your view that you can't talk about anything that happened that day until those investigations are completed?
My view is that I want to make sure that this committee and the American public gets correct and actual information.
And so is it your view that that can only happen after the completion of the investigation?
It is my view that when the investigations are complete, that we will be able to share that information.
And how about before that?
If I have factual information that I can share before that, I absolutely will.
I'm guessing you have factual information as to when the suspicious photograph of the suspicious person was relayed to the Secret Service. There's a timestamp on that text message or whatever it was, correct?
Sir, I'm sure you can understand that when you're dealing with text messages, emails, and other communications, the timelines don't always match up.
Not really if they're time-stamped, but let me move on. Because you have acknowledged that this was a major security failure. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that it was a major security failure not to secure the rooftop of the building that the shooter shot from?
I believe at this time that the rooftop was provided Overwatch. I acknowledge that we are unaware at this time how the individual was able to access the roof.
Overwatch meaning from other counter sniper, other higher points?
Correct.
And so was it a failure then that when that shooter was on the rooftop that Overwatch did not identify him before he fired his shots?
I don't have the timeline of how the individual accessed the roof, where they accessed the roof, or how long they were on the roof.
Let me ask a couple things quickly. You have testified here about all the resources that the Secret Service needed to deploy to protect the NATO summit and all of the leaders here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because of the NATO summit for this event?
The Secret Service routinely works with local law enforcement at every event. It doesn't matter whether it is a NATO summit, NSSE, the
YSL Woody.
No, but that's not my question.
YSL Woody need
Obviously,
his own
there's a
TV
natural
show.
give and take as to, I'm sure, how many agents you deploy and how much you rely on local law enforcement. Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because there were fewer Secret Service assets available because of the NATO summit?
No.
I hope we get answers before the completion. I don't like the fact that the media has received far more answers than Congress has. If this is a function of getting your ducks in a row, I assume you have access to a lot of these reports and a lot of this information, and you should have come prepared here today. And I would just want to flag, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, that I want to just point out one thing that my colleague from Texas was talking about, when he said he recreated the shooting twice with an AR-15, and he had a 94% success rate, 15 out of 16 shots. I don't know why that doesn't convince him that we should get rid of AR-15s, but clearly we need to do something about the prevalence of AR-15s and weapons of war on our streets. And I yield back.
Chair now recognize Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I guess 60 days is the time of the investigation. Is that the information that you've put out, or where did that come from, 60 days? Or is that just information that the committee members are talking about?
I stated that earlier today. I've asked
Okay,
my
60
team.
days. So are you receiving regular updates? You're in charge of the Secret Service. This is about your organization, what happened 9 days ago. Are you receiving regular updates from the FBI on their investigation?
Yes, I am.
So you know some things are true, some things are probably not true. We want to talk to you about the things that we're hearing about and find out if they're true. Have you've been in contact with the FBI, then you're getting updates on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
Based on what you said. Okay, so, and are you confident that the person in question, Mr. Crooks, was the only person firing that day against the president or the crowd? Is he the only one? I'm not asking you yet if he acted alone, but is he the only one?
For someone to just literally say, I would have to get back to you because the FBI is still doing an investigation. Oh, the FBI is the one that did that. Oh, I have to get back to you with the FBI. For someone that just said that, right? Would they not be able, wouldn't they have a completely different answer when asked, hey, do you talk to the FBI every day? And she goes, yes. How the hell you talk to the FBI every day and you don't know what the hell happened with the shooter? You don't know the time. You don't know the time frame in which he took the shot, from which he got on the roof to when he took the shot, and you have to talk to the FBI about that. But you supposedly talk to the FBI every day.
Can you say that with certainty to the American people?
That is the information I have at this time, yes.
Okay. Does it appear he acted alone?
That's the information we have at this time.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that he was noticed as a person of interest, of concern, suspicion, as you say. Your PI team, how do they stay in? There's a sea of people. How does the PI team get to that individual that's in question in the sea of people? How's that individual tracked?
Our protective intelligence teams that work at our sites are paired up with a local police counterpart. And so they work in conjunction together.
So they just follow them around? Or let me ask you this. Looking at the site, you have multiple perimeters, right? You have the secure perimeter, the inside perimeter, you have multiple perimeters. Was the AGR so-called building the highest location affecting the site of the rally? Was it the highest location?
I believe the highest location at the site was where our counter snipers were.
What about the water
positioned.
tower adjacent? What about how high is the water tower?
I don't have the height on the water tower.
Okay, seems like water towers are pretty high, at least in the photo. It looks like there might actually be a building right behind the AGR building that is even higher than the building that Crooks fired from. You're familiar with cover, concealment, and defilade, right? You're familiar with those terms?
Yes.
So how would your sniper team or your PI team track the individual and give vectors to Secret Service on the PI team to get to that individual to question him? And how would you cover the defilade, the cover and concealment of low areas that you can't see from where your sniper team immediately adjacent to the president were sighted? How would you do that if you're not up on the high ground?
So when our counter sniper teams go out and conduct an advance, they have a methodology. And
because it was one
system.
particular question I wanted
about
someone
the
to get
Crooks
into.
Vehicle inside any of your perimeters?
No, it was.
I want to see if he
How about
answers it real
K9
quick.
assets by Secret Service, by anybody? Were they requested?
Specifics, whether or not there was.
Is it not, or if you used them or what you used, were they requested?
Think it's
Assets,
him.
were they requested?
I can't.
Assets requested. Mr. Jordan asked about the,
think it's him
the
that asked it.
assets that were requested. Let me just ask you about assets requested. Were aerial assets requested for this event from either the Secret Service or state police or anybody else, drone, manned, otherwise? Aerial assets, were they requested?
I can't speak to what the local
Just asking
police
if they were
may
requested.
have conversations with the local police, but I can tell you that the assets that were requested from the Secret Service for the site that day were all granted.
But were aerial assets required? I didn't ask if you used them or what you used. Were they requested?
Overwatch was requested and
Aerial.
that was provided.
Is that aerial? Because Overwatch could mean on the water tower or not on the water tower. Can you be specific, ma'am? I'm running out of daylight here.
I understand. If you're asking me about specifics, whether or not there was...
Is it not clear what I'm asking you? Were aerial assets requested by the president, by Secret Service, by anybody? Were they requested?
The Secret Service, we felt that we had a good plan in place.
Okay, fair enough. How about K-9 assets with bomb sniffing or explosive sniffing capabilities? Requested. I didn't say they were present. Were they requested?
Those requests were fulfilled.
They were requested and fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
So was the Crooks vehicle inside any of your perimeters?
No, it was not.
It was not. How did you... So it was not within the... It was not... So what... Was there a device located on Mr. Crook's body to detonate the vehicle?
That is the information that I have.
So what would be the point of detonating the vehicle if it was not inside the perimeter?
I have no idea what Mr. Crook's motivation was.
Ma'am, the fact that you haven't, I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman, haven't even visited the site. I understand there are other things going on, but the culture of your organization, the culture that doesn't, do you know how tall the president is? How tall is the president? President Trump, how tall is he?
He's over 6 feet tall. I don't know.
Okay, so do you assign agents based on their ability to cover physically and carry, if necessary, the President of the United States when you assign them to this mission? Is that a parameter that is considered?
I assign agents to work our protectees that are capable and have been trained by the Secret Service.
I understand they're trained, but if you're not tall enough, it has nothing to do with, we're not mad at you, but if somebody's 7 feet tall and you're 5 feet tall, there's going to be a delta there that is problematic in protecting the protectee. And I'm asking, is that a consideration when these agents, not saying you, but when they're assigned to the protectee?
The agents that are assigned to our protectees are perfectly capable.
Okay, ma'am. So
of
the
providing
culture is what I'm
protection.
concerned about, because the primary objective here seems to be something other than securing the site, securing the principal, and securing the people at the site.
Right,
And
he's another
that's
one
the
getting
concern
frustrated.
Based on the answers that you've given
more
today
person,
so far.
one more person.
This is
and
those
and we're gonna get to
Did you see that occasion where there were
another
a bunch of
meat and potatoes we got
university
here.
assessment of? I also think I want to thank the subpoena that you sent. I want to thank Ranking Member Raskin and your work, the letter you sent to the committee, and I also support the creation of a commission to get to the bottom of what happened. Director, I just want to give you an honest assessment of how this is going for you today. Did you happen to catch the hearing many months ago in education where there were a bunch of university presidents and Elise Stefanik asked a very easy question and couldn't get an answer? Did you see that hearing?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, well, let me tell you, it didn't go well, and the short end of that story was those university professors all resigned. They're gone. That's how this is going for you. This is where this is headed, okay? This is, I don't know who prepared you for this. I don't know how many times you've testified in front of Congress, but a president was almost assassinated live on television, not just for Americans, but for the world to see. And this being your first opportunity, I understand there's an ongoing investigation. I understand there's things that you can not talk about. But the idea that we're getting less than you did on television is something that Democrats, Independents, or Republicans are going to find unacceptable. My high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was on the list of mass shootings that Representative Raskin held up. That very day, the school resource officer, a police officer, did not run into the building. He hid in the stairwell while the shooter was in the building. He stayed outside, never helped, okay? He also directed other officers who showed up on the scene not to go into the building. When it was determined that the failures in response and training and that the sheriff fired nobody in his agency Governor DeSantis then removed that sheriff. I supported the removal. So here's my question. You said there's going to be accountability. I understand you don't want to give us names. When you say that, are you telling the committee that once it's concluded, you're prepared to fire the people on the ground who made poor decisions that day?
I'm prepared to take the actions necessary.
No, that's nonsense. Okay. Accountability. The failure was human. That doesn't mean they're bad people. It means they failed that day, and a former president was almost assassinated. Okay. Are you prepared to fire the human failure on the ground? Yes or no? When you have the names of where those failures were, they're people. It's not like a piece of technology failed. It was people who failed that day. Are you prepared to fire them?
I don't have an answer as to whether it
Well,
was
then how can there be
people-
accountability if you're not prepared to fire someone? And the reason why your name is going to be the person who's held accountable, the reason why members in this committee are calling for resignation, and I join in that, or for the president to fire you, is because you're saying there's going to be accountability, but you can't commit that people are going to get fired. Let me ask this question a different way. If Trump had been assassinated that day, if the gunman had succeeded, okay, would you have come and tendered your resignation?
I would still be sitting here because I would want to ensure the integrity of the investigation.
Totally
that would move
understand.
forward.
That's a fair answer that you would have set up that process. But would you have had the honor to come in front of the committee and say, former president was assassinated on my watch, there should be new leadership?
I think that I have admitted that there was
No, that's what I'm asking.
grave
Would you have
failure
tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
that occurred on my watch, and I am accountable for that.
Okay, but would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
I think that I've admitted that I've taken accountability and will take responsibility.
Okay. Well, let me ask I want to follow up on Representative Connolly's question, in which he asked about guns, and you were not willing to commit that makes your job harder. This is not about the Second Amendment. If there are over 400 million guns on the streets, if all of those guns were machine guns, would that make your job harder to protect people?
Again, I think weapons that are out there.
If all of
make our
those
job-
guns were rocket-propelled grenades, would that make your job harder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Perfect. This is not a trick question.
Woo!
Thank you. Okay.
You heard how everybody said woo because she finally said yes to something after fucking God knows after 3 hours she finally said the word yes. After 3 hours, she said the word yes to something. That's why someone said woo in the crowd, because someone finally succeeded at getting a yes or no fucking answer out of her.
I won't ask the other 15 things I was going to do. I was going to do drone strikes, but it's okay. So that's all we were asking. It creates a challenging environment. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or people's rights, but it does make your job harder. So credit to Representative Connolly for asking that question. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude. You know, there was a question asked, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old? And I have been tough on Iran. I probably have more resolutions on Iran than almost anyone in Congress. But I can tell you it isn't Iranians walking into schools and grocery stores and movie theaters and churches. It is 20-year-olds, right? And some of them are mentally unstable. And they have access to guns. And they're domestic terrorists. Someone talked about Christopher Wray. Christopher Wray has talked about domestic terrorism. And so, yes, we collectively come together on foreign threats, and I am not at all debasing the fact that there are foreign threats here and abroad, but there are domestic threats, and we have to get to the bottom of how we stop domestic terrorism, because it was a 20-year-old who walked into my high school and killed 17 people. He was plenty capable, and he was an Iranian. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, we've asked you a lot of questions and haven't really got a lot of straight answers. I have intentionally created a line of questioning that I think that you can answer. So the first question is, do you agree that the allocation of Secret Service resources should correspond with the risk profile of any given event? A higher degree of risk at one event should get more resources. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And when two events occur at the same time in the same geographic vicinity, that the risk profile of each event should be taken into account, and whichever event is greater risk should receive greater resources.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the Trump event. So this was publicly announced July 3rd, Butler, Pennsylvania. The venue is an outdoor fairground, open air, no existing security. The crowd size was expected to be tens of thousands. It ended up being over 20,000. There were general and specific threats from foreign adversaries. As the chairman of intelligence remarked, Iran has said they want revenge, as well as when President Trump was in office, he made a lot of people mad, terrorists to be included all over the world. And, President Trump is the former president and the future president. So I would say that is a fairly high-risk event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's conversely, the First Lady had an event at a casino in Pittsburgh, just a few dozen miles away. It was a dinner for the Italian Sons and Daughters of America. It was publicly announced on July 10th. What's interesting is that the casino is actually extremely secure. They already have magnetometers existing prior to this event even being announced.
I think it's him now. It's the last guy we're going to get to, and I'm going to change it real quick.
There were no specific threats. There may have been general threats. And the asset is the First Lady. Those seem like there's a huge disparity relative to risk. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Multiple whistleblowers and various media outlets have reported that the Pittsburgh field office of the Secret Service allocated 12 additional post standers to the First Lady's event and 3 additional post standers to the Trump rally. Is that correct?
There were no assets that were diverted from the First
No.
Lady's
This is a very simple question. I'm not asking if anyone was diverted. Did the First Lady's event that was relatively secure, especially compared to Trump's rally, get 12 assets? And did the First Lady's event get 12 assets and Trump's get 3 from the Pittsburgh field office? That's a yes or no question. If you don't know, don't answer it. I mean, if you don't know, don't answer it.
The number of personnel that were allocated to both of those events were comparable to the risk at both of those events.
Wow. Really? So you think that the Pittsburgh casino, 400 person in a ballroom with ingress, egress through probably a very well-guarded parking garage was 4 times more dangerous than a 20,000 person rally on an open field with the former president and future president? You think that that's 4 times more dangerous, the casino event?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, they got 4 times the resources from the Pittsburgh field office, who was likely in charge of the final walkthrough for both events. I mean, we've continually highlighted the failures of the Secret Service at the Trump rally. And, you have the former and future president getting shot. You have multiple injuries, 1 fatality. And I would have to think that if we had 9 more post standards, 9 more individuals that have the training and the integration into the Secret Service defense of Trump at that rally, that I have a feeling that Crooks would have had somebody come say hello to him before he fired a bunch of shots. Do you think that's possibly true?
There were significantly more assets and resources available at the former president's event than there were at the First Lady's
Who made the
event.
decision to deploy 12 post standers to the casino where the First Lady was having a 400-person dinner, and only 3 people from the Pittsburgh field office to the 20,000-person plus Trump rally? Who made that decision?
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Okay, so boom. He says the first thing that this is the last guy. This is what I was trying to get to right here. Boom. Says the first thing right here. So how is it that a much smaller venue and less important event had more security, more heightened security than Donald Trump at his 20,000 plus people rally? How is it that he only had 3 people on staff versus the other one having damn near 20? One thing there.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources
What did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just
the
say there were
former
sufficient
president's
resources? President Trump
event
got
that
shot.
day.
Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
and
a
it
gap.
doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable and you've lost the trust of the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here.
Okay, so like I said, we wanted to get into Mr. Tlaib, but as you guys clearly hear, as you guys clearly hear, the fuck ups that are going on even within Congress, future president, okay, they are using predictive programming right in front of us as well with this. What made me, like I said, so much more upset about this is the fact that you have to understand how stupid they think we are. That is the biggest thing about this. They think that the American people are just completely oblivious to everything that's even going on right now. Number one, this happened on a Monday. Let's put that into context as well. This happened earlier today on a Monday. Majority of people are at work. Not a lot of people were even privy to this going on. So much of people were even going to sit through what was even taking place and what was said and what was asked to her, so on and so forth, right? They think that the American people and the human being as society is stupid. This should tell you how much they think the American people are stupid, because of the amount of inconsistencies that there are within the entire Trump shooting itself as far as the Secret Service goes. Number one. Number two, kept emphasizing the fact that it's been 9 days, almost a week and a half out, and the supposed head of the Secret Service that was protecting him has no fucking clue of what happened, let alone how. A week and a half after the fact. On top of a week before, got the questions that they were going to be asked before they got to step in front of Congress. That's the thing. Let's be honest here, right? We know that they're not going to tell us every little thing. So with them not being able to tell us every little thing, a couple of y'all probably saw that post that I did on Miss C, in where she actually caught on a couple of things that were, a couple of the inconsistencies that were at the Trump shooting, right? I want to look at that video real quick, because there were a few things
so
here
I spent about 30
that got asked in Congress here.
Hit that subscribe button. So something happened recently, in case you haven't heard. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Trump says he is fine in statement after being escorted off stage during rally. Trump injured in incident at rally. In the immediate aftermath, both conservative and liberal-leaning news publications were suspiciously unwilling to say what happened to Trump. They refused to acknowledge the fact that there was a failed assassination attempt on a former U.S. president. Even Joe Biden wouldn't say the words initially.
President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about was the security failing the
president stopping?
Following the incident, many low vibrational individuals shared their disappointment that the gunman missed, including Jack Black's bandmate.
Don't miss Trump next time.
I didn't think it was funny at all, and I saw many people on the left who accused Trump of staging this for publicity. Most notably, no one's favorite person, Amanda Seales.
That was more staged than a Tyler Perry production of Medea Runs for President. Pop, pop, pop. Where'd the blood come from?
For the record, clearly this was not staged for publicity. Trump was injured, 2 men in the stands were injured, and 1 man lost his life protecting his family. I would like to give my condolences to the family of Corey Comparator. He was a father of...
Let me also say that too. So we had debunked that the same day that we actually had that same exact theory that this possibly was staged. Now we evidently went over everything and realized that this was not staged, but that there was something else behind this, and that's what we're getting to here today. Is what this actually was about. And it's great that we actually looked at that BlackRock recruiter, because that BlackRock recruiter pretty much gave us exactly what happened at the Trump rally.
2 daughters, and he was a firefighter. A GoFundMe was started for the family, and so far it has raised over $4 million. His life was real, his untimely death was real, and it's incredibly insensitive for people to claim that this was staged. You know, leftists are usually the ones who label anyone who entertains a conspiracy theory a right-wing nut job. So what does that make them? While I don't agree that this event was staged, I do agree that there's something off about it. The more information we get is the more questions I have. And so I want to go over all of the information we have so far. And at the end of the video, I have a very eerie clip to show you guys of a man who accurately predicted the shooting of Donald Trump 4 months ago. But first, I want to talk about the gunman, Thomas Matthew Crooks. As of the making of this video, the FBI says they have found no clear motive for why he attempted to kill President Trump. Crooks apparently had no social media presence despite being 20 years old, which in and of itself is suspicious. We've been told the only social media platform he used was Discord, and the FBI says they didn't find anything incriminating on his Discord account. Also, Discord has since deleted his account following the shooting. So there's that. The FBI has not found a manifesto explaining his motivations. Crooks had no criminal history, no reported history of mental illness, and no one has come forward with any useful information about why he would target former President Trump. One of his former classmates came forward and said that Crooks was often bullied for the clothes that he wore and for wearing a COVID mask. However, a guidance counselor from the high school who says he knew Crooks very well and his sister very well told the Washington Post that that isn't true. Jim Knapp, who worked at Bethel Park High School for 30 years, said he was Crooks' guidance counselor for the last 3 years at the school. He described his former student
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We all said that same exact shit. We all said that same exact shit. How is it that this shooter was supposedly bullied when he was in advanced classes? Ain't no way in hell was this some regular... And then they tried to sell us with the same bullshit scenario story that they always do. So that specifically, there was no way that this kid was some bullied kid that had a motive to shoot Trump in the first place. There was something else that was in place.
As quiet, intelligent, cooperative, and well-spoken. Knapp said he noticed that Crooks spent most of his time with a group of about 5 boys. During Crooks' sophomore year, he would often sit alone in the cafeteria. Knapp said he later learned that Crooks' schedule that year did not align with that of his closest friends. Knapp said he would check in on Crooks and ask if he could join him at the lunch table. In response, Knapp recalled, Crooks would say, "No, I'm okay, Mr. Knapp. I'll just sit here by myself." Then he would return to his phone to play games. The counselor described that behavior as normal for a high school student. Throughout the junior and senior year, he said, Crooks ate lunch with his friends. Knapp said he chose to talk publicly about his relationship to Crooks because of reports that the young man had been bullied at high school. Allegations that the guidance counselor adamantly denies. "I know for a fact he wasn't bullied in school," Knapp said, "because if he were, I would have known about it." Crooks lived about an hour away from where the rally was held. He lived at home with both of his parents, who, ironically, are both registered social workers. I say ironically because they're supposed to be trained in identifying like psychological distress or a troubled individual, but they seem to have not noticed that their son was spending an increasing amount of time at the local shooting range where he had...
Not only that, let's break down that real quick, right? Social workers. So, my aunt is a social worker, right? Or retired social worker. Those people are also in charge of, let's just generalize it real quick. Those people are in charge of information as far as on people. What I mean by that is they are in charge. They can be in charge of your identity. So, for both the parents to be ironically social workers, wouldn't that make it easier for them to, I don't know, make up an identity of some person?
Membership, nor did they notice he was building explosives in his room. According to the FBI, when reviewing Crook's shipping history to the house, they discovered that over the last few months, Crooks had received several packages and some were marked as containing hazardous material. On the day of the shooting, they found an explosive device in his home. They found 2 explosive devices in his car, and in his pocket, they found a transmitter to detonate the bombs, presumably to detonate the bombs that were inside of his car, which was parked outside of the rally.
Why does a 20-year-old suddenly have... Let me back up a minute. Why does a 20-year-old with zero motive to shoot Trump have bombs, a detonator, and an AR-15 just fucking randomly a week before the Trump rally? That's the bigger question that is not being asked here. How did he all of a sudden get access? How did he get access to an AR-15 rifle, let alone the bullets for the motherfucker, then have a detonator with bombs to go with it? How does he get all this stuff a week beforehand? Not unless he's, I don't know, given all those things?
One thing that they didn't find was ID. He had no ID in his pocket, no ID amongst his belongings. So, you know what?
So isn't that even the more interesting thing? And that's the first thing I said, as well as Thomas Crooks. Y'all could have gave the nigga a better name. Y'all could have given him a more believable name than someone that doesn't even actually exist. Of course he didn't have any ID on him at the time because the actual name of that person didn't actually exist.
They did. According to reports, they ID'd him using DNA and facial recognition. Pardon? First of all, how do you accurately do facial recognition on a person after you shot them in the face? I can't show you the pictures, but they are on Twitter. Secondly, I thought you had to be in a criminal database for them to cross-reference your DNA. Crooks had no criminal record, so how did they already have his DNA to ID him? Maybe someone can explain that to me in the comment section, because I don't understand. Unless he previously voluntarily gave his DNA to the CODIS system, how did the FBI ID him using DNA? And how did they do it so quickly? We knew his identity after an hour or so.
Bingo. How do we know about a guy that all of a sudden... First of all, like I said, sounds like you've been made up, sir. Thomas Crooks sounds like a name that is made up. How the hell do we know what your identity is, let alone what school you went to and everything else? How did we know all of this information to a person that was, number one, their face was shot off? So, you know how they say you can't even ID the body unless it's, can't even ID the face, I should say, or the person of, if the face is shot off. So how is it that they knew who this was after the fact? If maybe this person was not actually killed at all, and this was just once again, a doubler that was up there. A double that was up there. That's another thing. Think about that. And even if still, how did y'all obtain the information so quickly on a person that was faceless at the time that y'all supposedly shot him? I don't know about y'all, but my mama or somebody would have had to come down and ID me if my face has now been shot off and I'm unrecognizable. The third and biggest thing of what she's even saying, how do you do a face scan on someone that doesn't have a face anymore? Say it again to you. How do you do a face scan on someone that has their face shot the fuck off? What high digital scan you motherfuckers got that told y'all who this was with his flesh removed?
Houseway.
Yourself. Houseway.
You know what else the FBI said they found amongst his belongings? They said they found a receipt for Home Depot, a receipt for a 5-foot ladder that he purchased from Home Depot, and they say that was the ladder that he used to climb the building and access the roof. I'm not a ladderologist, but how the f*** is that a 5-foot ladder? The math is not mathing. You're telling me that building is 5 feet tall? Who works in there, hobbits? Just to confirm I'm not crazy, I went to the Home Depot website. I selected the one in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Who works in there, hobbits? I think that's a very good Snapple fact. Right? There's a couple of things right here that she was breaking down that was just, the ladder can only be but so short. If we're talking about someone getting on the top of that building and facility the way he was. If it was only a 5-foot ladder needed, he probably could have just jumped up there himself. Okay? That's the thing there. The ladder that was used, and you're going to see right here, the ladder that was actually used was way bigger than that. So if y'all going to lie about the ladder that's being used, amongst other things, and that's what was important about this, y'all going to lie about the ladder, let alone the ladder, the amount of things that the Secret Service was just lying about here in Congress should also tell you that there's more
and I filtered
going
for
on.
a 5-foot ladder. A 5-foot ladder has 4 steps on it. When I filtered for a 10-foot ladder, I found this ladder, which was identical and has the same number of steps. So he did not use a 5-foot ladder. That's a f***ing lie. Now you have to ask yourself, why would they lie about the fact that he bought a 5-foot ladder? And if they're willing to lie about something that is so fucking obvious, what else are they lying about? So you're telling me he transported a 10-foot ladder in a Hyundai Sonata and no one noticed? Like, is the car even 10 feet long? If you were to transport...
Even if you had that ladder folded up, in which most ladders that long get put on what? The back of a pickup truck. He's not transporting a 10-foot ladder inside any type of sedan whatsoever. He ain't fitting that bitch inside of a Maybach. And you see how wide the rear of a Maybach is, okay? He's not even fitting a 10-foot ladder through that shit. So you mean to tell me once again that he was just driving down the street with a 10-foot ladder just sticking out the back of his window and nobody said shit?
A 10-foot ladder in that car, you would have to have the trunk open. That's pretty noticeable. No one noticed that. And so he then parked his car outside of the rally, removed a 10-foot ladder, carried a 10-foot ladder all the way to that point and set it up, and no one noticed? According to news reports, this is not me saying this. This is Fox News and CNN. They said he bought the ladder the day of the rally. So you're telling me he carried a 10-foot ladder in broad daylight from his car all the way to that building and no one noticed? It's impossible. Unless he has access to an invisibility cloak, someone else helped him.
Remember I kept saying that? I was like, does he have some type of Batman grappling hook or Spider-Man capabilities to be able to sneak this ladder to this roof, let alone get on top of it? Because there's no way in hell he got that ladder, let alone from Home Depot, in that small-ass car to that rally and then to that roof without a single soul saying, hey, what are you doing with the ladder over there, sir? Do you work over here? Not a single person questioned that. Not one person. And we're talking about somebody that was in regular street damn clothes at that, supposedly.
Mind you, this building, the one he climbed on top of, was a law enforcement command center, and there were 3 counter snipers inside of the building while he was doing all of this, and none of them had been ordered to secure the roof. They all stayed inside of the building.
And remember, Fear B mentioned that earlier too. This was something that got they were all inside. They were all inside. But for this to be that type of building as well, listen to what she says.
3 counter snipers inside of the building. Mind you, this building, the one he climbed on top of, was a law enforcement command center. And
a law enforcement command center. So don't say, oh, there might have been no footage or surveillance over there in that area. It's a whole command center. And you mean to tell me that, again, there was no security on this premise? Let alone security on the site. Somebody was plotting on somebody to die.
There were 3 counter snipers inside of the building while he was doing all of this, and none of them had been ordered to secure the roof. They all stayed inside of the building, and they looked out the window towards the rally. And when the director of the Secret Service, a woman named Kimberly Cheadle, was asked why they didn't station any counter snipers on top of the roof, she said the reason was because it was too steep and she was concerned for their safety. Pardon? They were standing on it after they shot Crooks, and they seemed fine. And what about these snipers who are stationed on a roof with a steeper slope? One officer that was inside that building says that he saw Crooks walking around on the ground, and at that time he was empty-handed. Crooks was checking out the roof, and then he left. Crooks then returned to the building, sat down, and looked at his phone. At this time, one of the snipers that was inside the building noticed, and he took a picture of Crooks, but he did not confront him. Crooks then took out a rangefinder and began using it to choose a spot to shoot from. At this time, the same sniper who had just taken his photo saw Crooks using the rangefinder, and he radioed to a command post about Crooks' suspicious behavior, but still no one confronted him. Crooks then left again and returned with a backpack. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crooks' actions, but still, they didn't confront him. Why? Why? This kid was as discreet as the lip filler in Kylie Jenner's lips. You can't miss it. The Secret Service literally watched him step by step by step prepare to assassinate the president, and they just sat there radioing each other and texting each other pictures like, hey, do you see that suspicious guy? Yeah, I see him. Okay, yeah, I'll keep an eye on him. Okay, yeah, me too. These guys were as useless as a 90-year-old security guard at a bank. You know he's not going to prevent a robbery. He's just going to be another witness. That's what these guys were. Another witness. Several people at the rally saw Crooks climbing up the ladder onto the roof, and they notified law enforcement.
We noticed a guy bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. Next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
This photo shows the building he used to get a vantage point of the rally. Crooks was approximately 130 meters away from the stage. There's also this photo which shows him moving around on the roof. This photo was taken by a counter sniper at 5:45 p.m., 26 minutes before Crooks opened fire on the rally. Milk Bar TV put together a real-time compilation video. This video syncs together.
Before we get to that, hold on. Christina, what'd you just say? Same ladder we use on film. Crooks is a SAG. So, what's crazy about that is my cousin is actually sad. Sean, look up Sean McDonald when y'all get a chance. Has one. Shout out to Sean McDonald. So interesting, you said that right there. He's a former SAG member, or should I say, is still a SAG member. And he was an actor on IMBD, but it's been moved. So, all right, you know how we got crisis actors? Think about this, right? If we got crisis actors, what is there to stop? What if this Thomas Crooks didn't actually die? Let's think about that particular fact right there, right? Let's think about that theory. What if the real Thomas Crooks didn't? Excuse me. What if that kid that supposedly got shot in the roof didn't actually die? What if he only looked like he got shot? What if that's the case too? What if he didn't actually get shot? And supposedly Secret Service only was supposed to make it look like they took him out. Because it wasn't like a regular human being that was watching what happened, stayed and say, hey, you need some help, we can get him down for you. It wasn't like that happened. Of course, Secret Service or coroners on the scene, whoever have you, their staff was on the team to get his body down. So, needless to say, if there was supposed drone footage of this shooter and what he looked like to a T specifically prior to this only lets me further, confirm the fact that this was an inside job here. This wasn't a stage shooting, but rather a botched inside job of some sort. Because he was, once again, like I said, given all of the same tools that all the mass shooters have used. He's been given the tools rather than him actually going out and, purchasing things. These are more scenarios to where these people are given the money, almost like secret shoppers, right? Given the money to go get certain things. Upon the equip of these items, you are now to carry out a certain mission. Once that mission is complete, we have no more use of you. That's what this is starting to sound like when it comes to Thomas Crooks.
Other angles of the event from different people's perspectives, so you can see just how much time the Secret Service had to neutralize the threat, but they didn't. Take a look.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look what happened.
And I forgot who said this earlier, but 8 shots for 3 different guns? Excuse me, 8 shots for supposedly 2 different guns? 8 shots were fired back and forth between supposedly just 2 people shooting. Meaning the Secret Service and the shooter, right? So a lot of people were able to obsess the fact that there was more than one shooter here. There had to have been, if there were 8 shots that rang out. 8 shots rang out. And there to be miraculously a third one. Just 2 shooters. Excuse me, just 1 shooter, I should say. There's no way it's only going to be 1 shooter.
He's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
What are you doing?
As you can see in the video, the snipers had their guns focused on Crooks, but they didn't shoot until he shot first. Why wait? Maybe it was incompetence, or maybe it was something more nefarious. Now here's where we go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. There were other rooftops nearby that the Secret Service failed to secure. Is it possible that there was a second shooter?
So that, y'all see that? Y'all see this drawing? Dog.
They didn't shoot in
about 480
center or other rooftops nearby that the Secret.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. You see how they literally had a Pac-Man fucking drawing of this shit? That is literally a Pac-Man. I hope they call him the Pac-Man shooter later on down the line. But look at this. This is how well articulated this was, or should I say well put together. So reason why I say that is because this is not just a how you call it, this is not just a parody or mock drawing or something, right? I want you to think about the fact that this land was built upon Freemasons and the architecture, right? So for someone to architect this particular scenario to happen and it looked this identical to something, they are literally trying to tell you something ahead of time. If you want to look close in this picture, the one thing that needs to stick out to you probably should be the Butler Farm Showgrounds. Not going to cover it all the way on this pod, but I am willing to bet that those showgrounds have some type of investment with either a Blackguard or a Van Rock. I am willing to be a betting man on that particular thing.
Service failed to secure. Is it possible that there was a second shooter either on the roof of the community center or on the water tower, and Crooks is just a patsy?
Sources were telling me that Secret Service identified the bullets being fired, which came from about 488 yards away. Yards, not feet, yards. Yesterday, another source brought me some great information showing that the Butler Gymnastics Club is precisely that same distance away, about 488 yards away. This is all from a vantage point facing the stage where President Trump was located, the Trump stage, Thomas Crooks roof location, and Butler Gymnastics Club line of sight. We contacted the Butler Gymnastics Club today, waiting for a response from them because right now they're closed for the summer on Saturdays. So even if that part doesn't compute, we now have 3 separate eyewitnesses who've now confirmed moments after the shooting they saw shots being fired from another location, the water tower direction, in the same line of sight as the Butler Gymnastics location that we showed earlier. So multiple now eyewitnesses saying that they saw.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was or was not that water tower covered in that hearing? And that was another reason why I wanted to play the hearing prior to these other clips, because that hearing was going to preface what we're going to be hearing in the clips. That water tower was literally covered in the hearing. And they said, hey, why wasn't anyone posted up there on the water tower? Why wasn't anyone looking up there? Do you see the distance between the water tower and where the rally was? Why wasn't a team put up there? Or was there a team put up there and you just don't want to tell us that? Correct me if I'm wrong. They asked her about that same line of questioning. Or should I say, they asked her a ballpark questioning of that, specifically the water tower. And she could not give information upon that. Again, we're still looking into it, investigating the blah, blah, blah. We're still looking into it and investigating and looking into it, and we're still investigating and looking into it and looking into it. I'll get back to you. But that's why. That right there is exactly why.
From another location, bullets fired from the...
Because in order for you to have some type of answer on the water tower, it would disregard the fact that you possibly do know that there was a shooter on the water tower. And the fact that you couldn't get a shooter on the water tower because there was one already there.
Water tower, watch.
Hit the ground, and he kept standing. I was like, you got to get down, boy. You got to get down. They're going to shoot you. Because if they would have had like a machine gun, they could have taken us all out. So then we laid there for a while. We saw different places where the gunshots were at. And then they got President Trump down, Secret Service did, and they took him out of there and got him off of the stage. And he was bleeding. And so then my son and daughter-in-law was back behind us, back behind the fence. And we was worried about them. We couldn't call them. And so we started trying to get after them then when they finally let us out. And they had been right by the fence where the other shooter was. There was one I heard in the water tower. There was one by the fence.
Sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no. On TV, they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. Now they feel that there was two shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower.
You heard that.
On this side, but the one on the right side, they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere.
You heard that,
and maybe that's why they waited.
You heard that loud and clear. People saw his ear bleeding from the so on camera. Of course, it's going to look like that. On camera, it's going to look like that. It's going to look like he got shot and came back up bleeding. Remember I said that? It looked damn near like a WWE production. The way he went down when and then came back up. So, of course, we know he didn't necessarily might not have done that. But for someone to say that his ear was bleeding before he went down. His ear was bleeding before he was supposedly shot and went down.
Because if they killed Crooks too early, then the real sniper wouldn't have a fall guy. This information, of course, has not been proven, but is certainly within the realm of possibility, and I believe it's worth investigating, especially with everything we know about all of the various alphabet agencies and questionable assassinations of other political figures, such as John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy. And speaking of questionable things, there is another clip that has many people asking questions. A woman at the rally was standing behind Trump and appears to have been bracing for something before any shots were fired, and she seemed quite unfazed.
Watch this, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this.
If you
puts the sign up.
Something that said, "Take a look at what happened."
Shots go off.
She's completely normal, and then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just right there.
And there's this clip of a Secret Service agent.
She wasn't filming. I want y'all to look real close. She was not filming. We're going to look at this back again. She was not filming. Number one. Number two, she was signaling. So if we're going to, okay, let me see if I can pull a picture up real quick of, let me see, Ariel. I didn't think I was going to do this part. So Ariel shooting Trump. Excuse me. Let me see if I can get this real quick for y'all, because I want to show y'all again, without going too far back, just the aerial view of the water tower and where that is. Okay. All right, great. This is a great view right here. All right, so people, right? Hold on, move back to the picture here. Okay, so look at this, right? This is where the water tower. I'm gonna show you where the water tower is real quick. Let me blow it up just so y'all could get what I'm talking about here. Google myself at that. All right, so you see where the water tower is? On the left here? And the rally's right here? Now, the Trump shooter was supposedly over here. Which means that the water tower would have been where the first person took the shot from. Because if the Trump shooter actually missed completely and was not the person that hit the ear, that would have meant that the water tower shooter had direct range. And I mean direct range, not direct range, excuse me, direct angle. If we are looking at where the rally is adjacent, right? If we're doing this right here, side by side of it. Trump was right here in the front. You have the shooter right here on the left. And if you look over here, the water tower is just directly left agnal. What's that? Left adjacent, excuse me, to where Trump was at. So I'm no betting man, but if I were, I would put my money on the fact that that water tower shooter is the one that actually hit Trump first. And not the decoy shooter. I say decoy shooter for a reason. Thomas Cooks was a decoy shooter, if you catch my drift. He was a decoy shooter. He was never meant to be the actual shooter to begin with. If what we are seeing is correct. It's never intended to be in the beginning. There was obviously, as we heard in the hearing, they didn't want to look at the water tower or investigate the water tower because obviously somebody was over there. Somebody was over there. Whether or not it was a shooter of someone that they don't know or whatnot. But there was definitely someone over there diagonal to where Trump got shot in his ear like that. That's the biggest thing that you have to realize here. That water tower shooter has more evidence on it than anything, if we're going to be thinking about it quickly.
And appears to have been bracing for something before any shots were fired, and she seemed quite unfazed.
Watch this, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this. Puts the sign up.
Take a look at what happened.
This lady here.
Shots fall off.
She's.
So again, back to this lady here, right? Notice how again she puts the sign up right as the shots are ringing out. She signals for the shot, number one. Second thing is she gets up and it isn't like she's recording anything. It more looks like she's texting. But she's trying to play it off like she's recording, but she's actually texting someone. Third thing is, why are you the only person that is not in any way, shape, or form concerned, let alone even running off, because you see, or should I say you heard shots ring out. You literally heard shots ring out right in front of your face. The former president almost got shot right in front of you, and all you did was sit there calmly and put your phone up. That leads me to believe you know something, ma'am, that you are not telling us.
Completely normal, and then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just like right there.
And there's this clip of a Secret Service agent talking on his headset while they are escorting Trump into a vehicle. The guy then points his gun at Trump for a moment, and then he puts it down. Another piece of information that has surfaced, which has caused suspicion about.
It was a double wow right there. So not only is there a clip of a lady looking suspicious, that was the biggest evident one right there, where the military guy was pointing the gun at Trump's head as he's in the car. And then what did I say when I looked at that whole thing? I was like, yo, this looks like a clown show. This literally looks like a fucking circus, the way they're putting him in the car. That's what it looked like. To me, it looked like a fucking clown show. And then there was the lady that couldn't even get her gun back in her holster, let alone take the shit out. She looked like she had been training there for a day. And then that was also news as well, that the people there were temporary. So that was another thing that we didn't necessarily get into with the hearing. But later on, she literally got questioned about the fact that, okay, yeah, you said that there were 36 protectees, but why the fuck were there a majority? Not only fact that there were only 3 assigned to those protectees. Why the fuck was it why was it temporary staff there that day? Why was it temporary staffed at the Trump rally for the former president? Why did you have temp agency workers there? You didn't even have your usual staff like you said. You had temps there. Temporaries.
Brooks was an appearance he made in a BlackRock commercial. If you're not familiar with who BlackRock is and what they do, this video will explain it.
There's a good chance you've never heard of BlackRock. Founded in only 1988, in less than 30 years, this American financial firm would grow to become the company that owns the world, managing assets worth $6.4 trillion. And that's just the beginning. BlackRock is also often a major shareholder.
Can be found in the stock market.
BlackRock not only owns the world, it also wants to save it.
The most damning piece of evidence that has come to light that indicates the elites knew about the plan to assassinate Trump can be found in the stock market. On July 12th, the day before the Trump rally, an investment company called Austin Private Wealth LLC bought 12 million put options of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp. This type of investment indicates they anticipated something would cause a drop in the value of DJT stock, something like the assassination of Trump. Since this information has come to light, when you go on the AustinPrivateWealth.com website, they have this notice. The SEC filing, which showed that Austin Private Wealth shorted a large number of shares of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp, was incorrect, and we immediately amended it as soon as we learned of the error. No client of APW holds or has ever held a put on DJT in the quantity initially reported.
Well, y'all niggas got caught red-handed. So, pretty much, and let me get to that article real quick as well, while we are on the subject. 12 million investment. Yeah, okay. So, first let's go to this one. So, it says investment firm that allegedly put options on 12 million Trump stocks the day before the assassination attempt blames the filing error. Now, let me show y'all the names that's on here, though. Here's where shit gets deep. Here's where shit get really dark and a little interesting in regards to whom actually helped. See that name there? See those names, I should say? I'll take myself down for a second. Ooh. Rothschilds, BlackRock, Vanguard, Meta, the George Bushes, the Bush family basically, or just George Bush, and the Cheney family are among the top investors. Looks like a lot of people wanted this guy going, huh? So, Austin Private Wealth, LLC, a Texas-based financial planning company, is being scrutinized after a social media post went viral that claimed that they had put options on as many as 12 million shares for Donald Trump, just one day before the assassination attempt. The investment firm denied those allegations and has now blamed a filing error for this controversial action. According to the viral post, Austin Private Wealth's alleged put position on July 12th was the largest among those listed. The second biggest was Citadel's 1.677 million. So you got someone doing 12 million versus barely even 2. That's where things should have gotten suspicious, but no. You didn't get suspicious about it until after this botched sale, huh? After the botched attempt, now, okay. Got to read between the lines with this. Now that it's a botched attempt, the shares are still worth what they were worth beforehand. So it's not like they plummeted and dropped. You can't even put the sale together now. Now you just stuck with it. So the filing date is July 12th, the day before the assassination attempt, with reportedly around $1 billion in assets under management. This is allegedly by far the largest put placed by the firm, according to Finbold. But, again, the biggest name you need to think about is not necessarily this Austin Private Wealth. See here, this is the glitch that actually happened. So the 12 million shares here and the 70%. I mean, somebody was looking to bank off pretty big. And the fact that, I mean, it's just getting, it's gotten wacky at this point. This is pretty much, I'm trying to think, is it Wackamaniacs? The Animaniacs. This has become the Animaniacs, this whole election, it feels like. That is the vibes I'm getting from it.
Correct holding amount was 12 contracts or 1,200 shares, not 12 million shares, as we filed in error. How convenient. It could just be a coincidence, but an astonishing coincidence it is. The FBI insists that Crooks was a lone shooter. They investigated his vehicle, they investigated his home, they took his laptop, they took his cell phone, and they have unlocked his cell phone. And they say they found no useful information. They are still analyzing his laptop, and I predict they will once again tell us that they found no useful information. But I want to end this video with this very eerie clip. A video featuring a man named Brandon Biggs has resurfaced, and this video was uploaded to YouTube 4 months ago. And just listen to what he said.
He said there's going to be a new wave of patriotism coming out. And that's whenever I saw Trump, and I saw a red wave coming out of Michigan. And it was being birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up. And then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. I saw him winning the presidency through great. The Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and there things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had a great economy plan, a crash, worse than the Great Depression.
Some people say it was luck that saved Trump's life, and some people say it was divine intervention. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section down below. If you liked
So that's another thing, right? Besides the fact that someone knew this ahead of time, okay, in the predictions. This is how they say things are always. They say fate is in the cards, right? They say fate is in the cards. So remember we looked at that card specifically, right? The enough is enough card. That's crazy. I can't even do a before and after. So look at this, right? Check this out right here. This is from the. This is the regular picture of Trump, right? But remember we went over the Illuminati cards from 1995, and you literally see one of the pictures right here. This is the card right here, pretty much. Now watch this. Well, actually, it's a better description of it. But remember what that card actually said. Let's see if I can get a clearer view of it. This is what the card actually said. Says, at any time, at any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day. Now, why would a card say that from 1995? Unless you were having plans on someone getting shot, huh? Like I said, I'm no brain surgeon. But you may remove all zap, paralysis of attribute tree. Like I said, if I'm no betting man, but if I was to, take a guess at things, I would say that the government was trying to get rid of somebody, wouldn't you? That's what it's starting to sound like to me. That the government is trying to get rid of somebody and don't want them around no more. Now, of course, being that this is now a failed attempt, they're not planning on him necessarily winning, but maybe they are. And maybe that they knew that this whole thing, as far as him having a quote unquote last shooter. They know the American people are confused. They know the American people are confused. That's why they are operating the way they are operating. But yeah, the enough is enough card is for one. It's all the Illuminati cards have played out. Majority of them have played out in American culture somehow, some way, shape, or form. Trump's got at least 3 of those damn cards inside that one game that fit him. On top of this most obvious one that was nowadays spot on. It's gotten to be that crazy out here. So one more thing, or should I say a couple more things we got. Let me see. So I was going to get into Bohemian Grove, but we don't necessarily have much time for that. Also had a shapeshifter. So y'all going to see me Wednesday, Thursday, regardless again. But let me see. What I got here? Where is it? Oh, yes. So someone asked before. Or should I say reminded me, don't forget to talk about, the big distraction. So if you guys weren't necessarily catching on to this, and I was going to say this for the next part, I'm going to say majority of it for the next one. But what you guys didn't catch on to is the fact that, a couple of days ago, we had a cyber attack, they say, right? quote unquote, a cyber attack happened to where majority of the planes, or should I say, majority of institutions were unavailable. Technology was unavailable for a while. Now, I haven't necessarily looked into everything going on with CrowdStrike. I am very new to this as far as CrowdStrike. I am not new to the fact that they have a whole distraction now in front of us once again as far as the Trump shooting to take our minds off of the cyber attack that they have been predictive programming for the past few years as well. So, real quick.
We are in a state of emergency right now, and people better wake the hell up to what's happening. Get ready for the mother of all false flag attacks.
We begin with the global computer crisis. The worst may be over, but the outage is still causing problems.
In the past few hours, we've gotten some really disturbing news about what's coming to the people of the United States and our infrastructure that we rely.
And that's the biggest thing right there. The fact that the world is not even ready. Fuck the United States government. The world is not ready for the power grid to go down and a cyber attack to actually happen. So imagine this, right? And I thought about the fact that Project Bluebeam could, of course, be their main go-to. But what if this was the backup plan to where they didn't have to use Project Bluebeam and just said, hey, let's just knock out the power grid and make it look like it's an Iranian threat. They won't have any other choice but to use our new currency and way and form of living and getting money. See, once you reset the currency and the value of the currency, you now once again regain control of the people, so there's more chaos out of order. Okay? But you also raise your power at the same time.
Rely on every day to live our lives. They will use you like pawns, so don't fall for it. So a couple of big stories that we're tracking today. All of this thanks to cybersecurity company CrowdStrike pushing a simple software update, as they say. It backfired, brought down the United States banking industry, the airline industry, e-commerce, you name it. Oh, and by the way, don't call 911 because there are nationwide outages of 911 services all across the U.S. When the CrowdStrike CEO was asked about it, he looked like he had a heart attack on live television. Either that or he was trying to pass a kidney stone at the time. Watch.
Air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcasts, street lights, 911, emergency, around the globe. Why is there not some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup? How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of cybersecurity, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. Excuse me. Man, just 1 second, please.
Oh yeah, take a.
Cat got your tongue there, sir. I can't say, let me clear my throat. God damn. My brother could not talk, could he? He could not form the words after this was a very complex situation. Yeah, we know it's a complex situation, but you don't know why it's a complex situation. What should I say? You know why that's a complex situation. Similar, just very much similar to how Miss Cheadle knew how complex the situation was, just that you can't tell us anything right now. And that is the part that probably frustrates you and not let you say anything. The fact that you know why that cyber attack happened and that it's bad for your business, on top of not only it being bad for your business, you literally have no choice into aiding this.
Drink of water.
Yeah, that didn't go well. But this CrowdStrike story doesn't add up at all. Remember, CrowdStrike is the company that made up the fake Russiagate story. CrowdStrike was working for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, a few hours ago, President Biden officially said he's not running for re-election, handing the torch over to Kamala Harris. And yet rumors are swirling this morning that Hillary Clinton will be the nominee at the Democratic National Convention. A coincidence?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not.
Which at the time of making this video here, I believe it was about He's just a couple hours shy after they announced Kamala Harris
in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
And as journalist Aaron Mate reminds us, the FBI relied on CrowdStrike to independently investigate the hacked DNC servers. So I don't trust a damn thing that comes out of their mouths, and why should you? So when they tell us that a software update caused everything to collapse, don't believe them. Try going to your local bank ATM and take money out. Good luck. Chances are you won't be able to. I thought something was wrong with my ATM card yesterday. I tried 3 times at multiple locations, put my PIN in repeatedly. It kept spitting my card out. Like I was back in college, broke, sorry, no money. Then a woman trying to do the same thing in the other lane said, "The bank's down," she shouted. "Oh, the bank is down." Wait. What the hell did she just say? The bank is down? I can't get American paper currency right now? Oh, right. Most of America's infrastructure is down. That makes sense. Early voting was just starting in the battleground state of Arizona. Sorry, we have to close our electronic voting machines. You can't vote.
Imagine that, right? Imagine you can't even use your own money anymore. Imagine the fact that you have, say, even $100. This is your last $100 in the bank, and you needed to get to the following week. Imagine that you can't use that $100 because it doesn't mean anything anymore. We're soon coming upon that point. Told you the value of the dollar is only decreasing. It's not increasing right now. It's not increasing at all. And it's not increasing for a good reason and on purpose. Because they want to remove it and start over with their own new currency. And this is how they're going to do it. The chaos out of order of the cyber attack.
Because America is down right now. Come back another time. Meanwhile, don't call 911 because 911 services are also reportedly down in areas all over the country. Last week on our show, we just so happened to be covering how the 911 grid is collapsing across the United States. Journalist Whitney Webb explained how this is intentional, and our 911 services are now being outsourced to Israel.
And actually, there's another company that Peter Thiel funded that's involved with developing this pre-crime system in the United States by actually taking over county by county the nation's 911 emergency call systems. This is an Israeli founded company called Carbine 911. That was nominally headed for a long time by Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister. Jeffrey Epstein funded it with $1 million. Allegedly, Leslie Wexner, his biggest patron, did as well.
This is a huge concern. I mean, as we head into this election, a lot of people saying, well, could we see some sort of, big national emergency? And now 911 networks are going down across the United States, as the USA Today reported this past week. Is this like an effort for them to say, hey, your 911 network is down? Well, we have the perfect solution for you. It's an Israeli-backed 911 network.
That is essentially what is happening, and it's actually been in the works for several years. Now.
Israel, which runs the entire United States Congress, can now also run our 911 emergency services in the United States. Makes total sense when you think about it, right? If I fall down, get hurt, call 911, it'll be routed right through Israel. What the hell is happening? While most people have been distracted by President Biden dropping out of the race or how many shooters tried to assassinate President Trump, newsflash, it was at least 2 people, we now know, and possibly as many as 3. So they want you to look over there while they execute the next part of their plan over here to keep the deep state in power. President Biden, of course, is just a puppet for the deep state. Now, don't get me wrong, those are incredibly important stories. Trump's assassination, Biden being replaced. But what is coming is by all accounts bigger and will affect all of us. Pay attention to this, guys. What could be so big that it forces us into a lockdown, forces us to use their digital currency, forces us to change our behavior? Well, a massive infrastructure collapse, of course. An infrastructure collapse we can blame on another country. As BlackRock CEO Larry Fink just pointed out, you need to force people in order to change their behavior. You need to use force.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Of course you have to use force. People don't want your lousy digital currency. They don't want to be locked down at home and told what to do.
And here at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors. What? Remember I told y'all that a nuke conceptuous, the chaos out of order, that's on our currency right there. Literally tells you what they can do and what they can't do.
We knew this was coming, of course. The WEF has been warning us for years that the next pandemic wouldn't be a virus, it would be a cyber attack. The WEF detailed this attack in their Cyber Polygon report. And of course, it's shocking that CrowdStrike is a proud member of the WEF. You can't make this stuff up, guys. So the way to keep Biden in power, keep the deep state in power, is to create a massive false flag that harms every one of us, and then we blame it on a foreign adversary. Like, 9/11, right? That's exactly how this works. So let's spin the wheel. Who could be behind all of this? Could it be Russia? Nah, they've tried that one. China? Nah, too obvious. Ah, yes, Iran.
Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was
and how many times
thrown
did
out,
you hear that one?
Instead of being at least a year away from having...
How many times did you hear that one inside of the hearing? How many times did you hear them keep talking about, oh, did you know about the Iran threat? Did you know about the Iran threat? Did you know about the Iran threat? They're discussing the Trump shooter and kept emphasizing, hey, did you hear about Iran? Fuck that guy. Did you hear about Iran? Did you hear about Iran was trying to kill us? The predictive programming with Iran.
The breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
Over the past 24 hours, the White House is pretending to go into DEFCON 2, one step away from war with Iran. Oh, and the shooter that tried to kill Trump had an encrypted overseas account, or multiple encrypted overseas accounts. Dare I say he was an Iranian secret agent? Oh, that's what they're trying to tell us next.
Some other things are coming out, like the shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot. I think this is going to go much broader,
At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot. An Iranian plot. It's Iranian, dude. But anyway, the second thing is, when I hear this type of rhetoric coming from someone, it sounds like a bunch of bullshit nonsense. I didn't look into the corner and see Fox News. Okay? Then, dude, seriously? The kid had overseas accounts and they were linked to Israel. So you mean to tell me blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid had accounts in Israel and had connections to Iran? Bullshit? I call bullshit.
Deeper.
Iran is only 1 week away from having a nuclear weapon. The shooter that tried to kill Trump was an Iranian spy, so we better go to war with them right now. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you in the corrupt town called Netanyahu. A U.S. war with Iran, of course, is Netanyahu's wet dream. He's been dreaming about it for many, many years. Meanwhile, half of CrowdStrike's servers are located in Ukraine. Ukraine is run by the CIA. Again, I'm sure it's nothing. Remember when Donald Trump told us all that CrowdStrike had the DNC server in Ukraine? The reason they had it in Ukraine was to hide it from the U.S. government?
For instance, I still ask the FBI, where is the server? So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server.
They gave the server to CrowdStrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian.
Again, I'm sure it's nothing. No, in fact, I'm sure it's something massive coming for this country, and people better be ready for it. Don't be fooled by the lies they are spinning right now. All the media will be on the same page when they try to trick you. They will all run stories almost within a 24-hour time period when they're trying to spin this yarn. They want you to be scared, and they want you to be sheep that they can control. Don't be sheep. Don't let them control you. Period. Don't fall for it. That's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is tied directly to everything we're seeing in the volatility of our infrastructure, our resources in the United States of America. That company is Alaska Energy Metals, an American company that has one of the best setups I've ever seen. I reached out to them because of what Trump said the other night, and I asked...
Okay, now, we don't have to necessarily pay attention to that stock tip, but if you do want a quick stock tip, brief summary. He's investing in this particular stock. It's only like 11 cents or 5 cents, between 5 cents and 11 cents right now if you would invest in it. And what it has to do with this whole thing right now, of course, is America is underneath a cyber attack. And he pretty much was gonna break down. We don't have to necessarily get into it, but he's pretty much going to just correlate how much we're going to be using energy versus using the natural gases that we've been using. That's pretty much what he's going to get into. It's just the energy usage of things, and of course that this particular company, ANF. So it's. We just hit the whole
to sponsor today's video. Here is their ticker symbol on your screen, and it's available.
Okay, so if you want, you can pause this. Remember it. I just wanted you guys to at least look at that real quick. That stock investment tip. But what he's necessarily getting at, like I said, was the cyber attack. And of course, I'm going to get into more of that. I'm going to save that for the next one. But what he was getting at, like I said, is the power grid is going to be going down. The power grid is, of course, going to be going down because that's how they're going to crash Wall Street. That's how they're going to crash the stock market. They're going to pretty much put a big reset on everything and create the chaos out of order that makes us want the currency. Or should I say need the currency, and we have no other choice but to accept it. So that was one of the key goals of Project Bluebeam as well. Is that, okay, you have, or robots even, the robot apocalypse, or any type of a world event to where they can say, hey, we know what side you are on. To prove that you are on this side, we need you to take this microchip. Or to prove you're on this side, we need you to start using this new form of currency. That is always how they have operated and worked. Is through chaos out of order. Excuse me. So, like I said, I will be back. I will be back Thursday night. I will be back Thursday night, not Wednesday night. I was thinking about Wednesday night, but I really want to get a little bit more for you guys as far as the as far as the power grid and knowledge of that. I wanted to get more for you guys. I knew this one was going to take a while because of Miss Cheadle and her incompetence. We'll just say that. Not even incompetence, because she's not stupid. Her lack of information that she was purposely not given. I'll say that. But I knew this was going to be a long one. That's why I started it early the way I did. And on the very next one, we will be talking about a couple of things. So the funny thing is, I had a whole segment for the Drake leak that happened today, where everybody was looking at his court cases that he had in LA and Atlanta and Toronto and everything like that. And one of them actually had detail on it and whatnot. But anyway, with what's going on right now, I don't even feel like talking about hip hop, let alone other bullshit that's going on, unless it pertains to this. So these next few pods, sorry to say and inform you now, they're going to be about what's really happening in the fucking world. Example, besides the cyber attacks, there was a shapeshifter on live television. We're going to get into reptilian shapeshifters. We are also going to go to Bohemian Grove because our fellow boy Dancer went back to Bohemian Grove while we're on the subject of shapeshifters, reptilian shapeshifters at that. We went back to Bohemian Grove, and what do you know? The kid actually filmed the real cremation of care ceremony where they're supposedly burning the fake baby. So, we're going to watch the cremation of care, as well as we're going to do a Leave the World Behind breakdown. All that Thursday. I got y'all. And I'll probably be on early too.
To trade on all the...
Just so y'all know. We'll probably be on between 8 and 8:30. Like this time. But like I said in the intro of this, you have to understand something, right? When I started this pod, it was just me talking to nobody.
Ask him. He knows. He's a witness. He saw the whole fucking thing. Go on, man. Tell him what happened.
Would you let us do the questioning, sir?
You know,
bullshit. You know anything about this?
Who are the punks?
To see where
those that'll tell
it's going down,
and those that know won't tell.
Just to see where the pod is going down from, like I said, from the days of me just not even having nobody on here to having amazing people in the chat. Amazing people in the chat like New Eyes. Amazing people like Fury B. Christina was up in here. Royal. Actually, it was two Christinas up in here. That was one. It's late. Forgive me. But yeah, to name a few. Only one Zane. Shout out to King Ozma. Shout out to everybody that tunes in. Shout out to the 18 that's in here now. I don't do this for the paper as much as I do this for the pleasure. I will forever have something to say as long as these people want to lie to y'all. As long as I use my third one. Because we are going to be here as long as we need to be. Giving y'all the information that we need to. I love y'all. Till next time. I'll see y'all Thursday. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Peace.
it is, you really do.